Thank you.
You're on.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the September 9th, 2025 meeting of the Township Council of Montclair. I'd like to shout out and wish the love of my life a happy birthday. Although I can't be there with you, I carry you always in my heart. Enjoy your evening. This is a conference meeting of the Council of the Township of Montclair, and it's being broadcast live on Channel 34. It's streaming live on the Montclair TV 34 YouTube channel, and it's available on demand and can and will be rebroadcast. This meeting is called pursuant to the provisions of the Open Public Meetings Act. The meeting was included in the revised annual notice of the meeting schedule as set forth in Resolution R-25-038, adopted by the Township Council at the regular meeting of February 25th, 2025. Advertised to the official newspaper on March 6, 2025, posted on the bulletin boards outside of the municipal building, and has remained continuously posted. In addition, a copy of the revised annual notice is and has been available to the public and is on file in the office of the township clerk. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Madam Clerk, will you please do the roll call whenever you're ready?
Yes, Mayor, thank you. Deputy Mayor Anderson?
Here.
Counselor Birmingham?
Here.
Counselor D'Amato?
Present.
Counselor Lockman?
Here.
Counselor Toller absent. Counselor Williams absent. Mayor Baskerville?
Present. Thank you. There have been presented to us the minutes of the August 12, 2025 meeting and executive session minutes of June 3rd, 25, June 24th, 25, and July 22nd, 25. Are there any corrections? Anyone wish to make any changes, corrections, or comments before we vote?
Motion to adopt.
Second? All in favor?
Aye. So I do have a comment, though.
Okay.
I had asked the clerk why it sometimes seems all the minutes are very long and they include the resolution and all that. And the clerk told me that this is a requirement of, you can speak to it if you like, but yeah, I was curious why it's not really succinct and just a couple of points about what we discussed, but go ahead.
Yes, Counselor Lockman, you're correct. The state of New Jersey requires that the resolutions be spread out in our minutes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. At this moment, we're going to excuse ourselves and go into an executive session. We're going to go and continue in the process of interviewing candidates to become possibly our township attorney. We're also going to get a legal briefing from our interim township attorney. I know that he said that he was going to try to get here or be available by Zoom or something. And so I'd like to make a motion that we excuse ourselves for the executive session.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? No abstentions. Thank you. Good evening, everyone, and thank you for your patience. We are at the point in our agenda where we are going to go on to the proclamations. So at this time, if we have people who are with us who are here to receive the proclamation for the Voter Registration Day, please come forward to the podium. Any council members who wish to stand for the Voters Registration Day presentation of proclamation, please feel free to join us at the podium.
know how to do this. Hello, everybody. I'm doing this proclamation because I've been a longtime member of the League of Women Voters, and I have here
Two league members,
Donna Ward
Jonesy.
and Joan Zeef.
But I'm also here representing the National Council of Jewish Women, who in partnership with the
Yes.
league are putting forth this
Right.
request.
So this is about the National Voter Registration Day. But one of the things I'd like to say is it's really important to register to vote, of course, but it's also really important to vote. If you look at the last election where this council was elected, there's 25,000 registered voters in Montclair, and only 7,200 voted in the last election. Yeah, it is. It is. I believe it's bad. But when you who come to a lot of these council meetings, you see the work that we do that affects your life personally. We look at parks, we make decisions about housing, we make decisions about sidewalks, we make decisions about animal shelters. We make all these decisions that affect you in this town personally. So I'm going to say, not only should you make sure you're registered to vote, you got to get out there and vote. In every election, you got to get out there and vote, because it really does matter. I'm sorry. Anyway, okay. We have people who clearly are not interested in what I have to say. But
Go for Mikey Sherrill for governor.
we are nonpartisan in the League of Women Voters, and this council is nonpartisan, by the way. Anyway, so this is a proclamation for National Voter Registration Day. Whereas the right to vote serves as the foundation of our nation, and the right to vote freely, fairly, and to have our vote counted is sacred to being an American. And whereas each year in the United States, millions of eligible voters are unable to vote due to missing a registration deadline, or because their registration was not updated after a name change or moving, or because of confusion around the registration process. And whereas right now the right to vote is being suppressed and subverted in this country by attempts to restrict Americans' access to the ballot, which is rolling back decades of voting rights progress. Whereas National Voter Registration Day was created in 2012 as a nonpartisan rally for the nation to promote voter registration. And since that time, more than 5 million citizens have registered to vote on the annual holiday, including a record-breaking 1.5 million in 2020 alone. And whereas on Tuesday, September 16th, 2025, thousands of partners ranging from local libraries and college campuses to national nonprofits, Fortune 500 companies, Silicon Valley tech giants, and more will join forces for a single day of celebrating our democracy and the voting public that makes it possible. And whereas a coordinated nationwide civic effort in traditional media, online, and face-to-face voter engagement in communities across the country will drive unparalleled awareness of voter registration opportunities to millions who may not otherwise register. And whereas September 16th, National Voter Registration Day, is the best chance to get hundreds of thousands of individuals registered to vote as the United States shifts into a full-on 2025 election mode. The office of the Governor of New Jersey is on the ballot on November 4th, 2025, as are certain New Jersey county and municipal seats. Now, therefore, the Mayor and Council of the Township of Montclair do hereby proclaim September 16th, 2025 as National Voter Registration Day, and affirm the Township's commitment to holding free and fair elections, and urge all citizens to register to vote. Here you go.
I can just echo what Councilwoman Lockman says. If you would like to help us register voters, go on to the League of Women Voters, the Montclair area website. We have over a dozen voter registration opportunities that we're doing in area high schools, including Montclair High School. So I hope that you can join us and get young people registered to vote. Thank you.
Thank you.
Would you want to let the people that are watching and the people that are here know about the incredible event that you're hosting tomorrow night with the book reading?
Yes.
Yeah, And I also have been a very, very long time member of the League of Women Voters, and I am very excited about the continued work, and I am appreciative of being able to work with you. They have something going on tomorrow night that I think you should all try very hard to get into. I did the reading of this particular book, and it is so helpful just in terms of understanding things that have been going on in Montclair for a very long time.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, what she's referring to is the event that it's being sponsored by Montclair Public Library. The League is co-sponsoring and other organizations in town on the book Just Action by the Rothsteins, which talks about the history of racial segregation in housing and how to dismantle segregated housing in the U.S. So this is a very, very topical thing. You can go on the library website for all the details. You need to be registered, though, in order to go. So, thank you. Yeah.
Oh, no, you sure? And just for the people here and the people at home, to piggyback on young people being registered to vote, for the people here that have high school students, please look in your kids' digital backpacks in the next few days. Assemblywoman Collazo Gill, myself, and County Commissioner Brendan Gill will be hosting a voter registration drive on September 26th at 35 Park Street. We're encouraging the high school students to come on out and have some pizza. This is in partnership with the Montclair Youth Council of the NAACP. So again, that's September 26th from 3 to 5. Free pizza for the students, and we hope to get many people registered that day.
Great. Thank you, Karen. Thank you to the whole council.
Anyone else? No? Okay. Next up, please. We have a proclamation for the National Hispanic Heritage Month. Please, anyone that is here who would like to stand with us for this presentation, please come on down. Marcia Almeida, Jose, everyone, come on down. You gonna come? No?
Hi, how are you?
Okay.
Excuse me, I was going to give this proclamation.
Huh?
I was going to say a few words and give a proclamation.
Oh, okay, I did not know that because I was one of the people that put it in there and they did not say anything, but you can go right ahead and then I'll continue. Marcy, are you coming?
So I want to welcome all of you here. I'm not going to read the entire proclamation if you don't mind. I just want to give some highlights. We are giving a proclamation for the National Hispanic Heritage Month, which starts September 15th and runs through October 15th. And it's a time where it's national, so we explore and celebrate the histories, cultures, and traditions of Americans with heritage rooted in Mexico, the Spanish-speaking nations of the Caribbean, Central, and South America. And I think all of you are here to receive it on behalf of Latinos of Montclair, which is an organization founded in 2022. I know that you have an event. I want to give you the opportunity to speak. I think it's particularly important to have this proclamation and celebrate at a time where the highest court in the land is giving federal officials the right to detain people because of the color of their skin, the way they look, and because they have accents. And to me, that is just something that all lawmakers should speak out about, and I hope that that we will be able to just stand together and celebrate your heritage. Okay?
And before I pass the mic on to there, obviously there's so many of us that believe in the importance of this and believe in standing up together against this type of bigotry. I have asked Jose German, please, to read this proclamation in Spanish, because I think it's very, very important. Oftentimes we have events and we have other things, and we say we're welcoming to people, and sometimes we don't even consider the fact that perhaps everyone in the room does not speak English. And so I thought it would be very nice to offer an opportunity to have him do the proclamation in Spanish. Thank you so much, Jose.
Thank you. I will try my best to translate it simultaneously. Yeah. Mientras Estados Unidos observa y hace un tributo a la comunidad de latinos americanos por la contribución e influencia en la historia, la cultura y los logros de Estados Unidos fue inicialmente proclamada para el Congreso en el 1968. Presidente Lyndon B. Johnson hizo la implementación, la implementación de la primera observación nacional de la herencia hispana en Estados Unidos el 15 de septiembre de 1968. Es muy significativo la fecha, es el aniversario de la independencia de países latinoamericanos como Costa Rica, El Salvador, Guatemala, Honduras y Nicaragua. En adición, es también de México, en Chile, celebran su independencia en septiembre respectivamente. Sí. Now, therefore, el alcalde y el concilio del pueblo, del municipio de Montclair, se juntan en esta celebración para los latinos de Montclair y proclaman septiembre 15 del 2025 hasta octubre 15 del 2025 como el mes de la herencia hispana en Montclair y hacen reconocimiento de las contribuciones de todos los hispanos que continúan enriqueciendo la comunidad de Montclair.
Woo-hoo! Thank you, Jose.
Well, thank you so much. Thank you. Oh, good evening, everyone. Mayor, council members. My name is Carlos Cruz, and I have the distinct pleasure of serving as the Chief Operating Officer of Latinos of Montclair. On behalf of our founder and president, Natalia Espejo, our board who's standing here with me, and our volunteers and members, we want to thank the council and mayor for recognizing Hispanic Heritage Month here in Montclair, but also for acknowledging the contributions Latinos of Montclair has made to our community. Latinos of Montclair was founded just 4 years ago with the goal of building and strengthening the Latino community in Montclair. Since then, our reach has expanded far beyond Montclair and into the broader Latino community in New Jersey, which benefits our local businesses and adds to the diversity that our town is so proud of. In this short time, we have established 2 annual events, our Latino Heritage Celebration and our Dia de los Muertos Festival, which each draw between 800 to 1,000 people into our town. We built a cultural enrichment program that services 70+ children. We meet Monday night and we teach Spanish, New Jersey Latino history, Latin dance, and Latin percussion. We've launched initiatives to support Latino small businesses, and we've hosted nationally acclaimed authors and thought leaders in the Latino community, including Luis Miranda and Paola Ramos. As we look ahead, it's important to recognize that many Latino families still face obstacles and are facing growing acts of discrimination and profiling based on the way we look and the jobs that we serve in. That is why it is important for the ongoing support from our leaders like you, in addition to the broader Montclair community. Together, we can ensure Latinos not only feel welcomed, but also are celebrated, empowered, and given every opportunity to thrive. I'd like to extend a warm invitation to you all, and to join us for our annual Latino Heritage Celebration on September 21st, 12 to 5 at the Montclair Art Museum. So thank you so much. We'd be honored to have all of you, and have a great evening. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you. Bye-bye. It was so nice to see you. Thank you. Thank you. And I know you're like the, what are you, the host of the thing? Did you want to say anything about the good time? Thank you. Okay. Go ahead. You want to say anything? Sure. Go ahead.
Hi, hola todo el mundo. I'm just here to piggyback on what Carlos mentioned. So September 21st, we have a fantastic celebration at the Montclair Art Museum. I will be co-hosting along with Jonathan Echeverry, who is the owner of Paper Plane Coffee. We are so honored to do it again, and it'll be a beautiful, rich celebration of multiple of of Hispanic diaspora, which is, of course, a lot of Latin nations, and there will be dancing, there will be kids performance, as Carlos mentioned. There's actually an entire program, Ritmo Jardín, that has been going on for several weeks, where these kids are practicing percussion and dance, and they've been working very hard. My little one, who's 6, is actually part of the program, so he will be on drums that day. But really inviting you just to celebrate. It doesn't matter si tú hablas español, if you speak Spanish, if you don't, no matter where you are from, come and celebrate, learn about multiple, even myself as a Hispanic, I'm always learning about other Latin cultures as well. So there's an opportunity to learn, have fun, and really enjoy in community at the beautiful Montclair Art Museum. You there, 12 to 5 p.m.
And last up for our proclamations this evening, we have our First Ward Councilor, Eric D'Amato, who's going to present a proclamation for 50 years of Barbara Eclectic in the Upper Montclair business area. I love her store. I get a lot of my very wonderful outfits from Barbara Eclectic, so just great to have you a part of our community. Grateful for you. Hey, you.
Don, you must be Don.
Yes.
Mayor,
Gotta get over here
don't
too.
go anywhere.
Our Montclair folks. Mountie Blue.
So I had the great pleasure of writing this proclamation, but I would say that I think it would be a crime against fashion and good taste for it to be read by this fat bag of frump. And so I am going to ask our always beautiful and always fashionable mayor, who has actually shopped at the store and been dressed there, to read it in my stead.
Okay, thank you, thank you. Okay, whereas Montclair values community and family, vital neighborhoods and traditions, as well as style. Whereas independent retailers today often count their years in single digits, and whereas in September of 1975, a woman named Barbara Hammer, opened a store in Upper Montclair dedicated to offering an eclectic mix of clothing and accessories. And whereas Barbara Eclectic soon became a favorite destination for shoppers from Montclair and beyond. Whereas in August 1987, Barbara Eclectic was brought by Judy Valbar, and 18 years later by Judy's son Donald and daughter-in-law Holly. Let's get it up for Holly. Who had brought her first dress at Barbara Eclectic's in 1981. And whereas under the stewardship of Holly and Don, Barbara Eclectic has gone on to embrace the new adding an online store, a www.village store in 2010, and while retaining the distinctive logo it had since 1975. Whereas Barbara Eclectic continues to make people look and feel beautiful and to be an invaluable part of the fabric and life of Montclair and our Upper Montclair Business Association. Now, therefore, the mayor and the township council of this wonderful township of Montclair, New Jersey, honor Barbara Eclectic on its 50th year in business. Congratulations, you guys.
Okay, I didn't know that I would have an opportunity to speak, but first of all, I'd like to thank Councilor D'Amato for coming up with this idea of the proclamation. And I'd like to thank the mayor and the councilmen, both and women. But we grew up in this town. Yep. We've been here our entire lives. And it's been a lot of fun owning this business. We have dressed every type of woman. I often say to my customers, I'm the luckiest person in the world because I get to meet all these accomplished women. They do everything. They have PhDs, they're writers, they're lawyers, they're actors, they're moms, they're council members. But where in life do you get to meet that cross-section of people? and get to know them and talk to them. I have college students who walk in. I had a college students last week, 4 young women from Montclair State, and one of my great customers, she was in her sweats. I'm like, hey, this is Portia. She has a PhD. Look what you guys can do. So I truly love our customers, and we feel very lucky to be in a town such as Montclair where there's so many different types of people. It makes life so much more interesting. So thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I'll see you guys soon.
Okay.
I'm coming for the fall collection. Think about that by tomorrow, huh? Oh, no. Okay, next up, we're going to have public comment. I hope all of you have had a chance to get a number and sign in over here. And so we're going to start with number 1, please, if you'd come down to the front. All speakers must complete the sign-in sheet next to the podium before addressing the council. The amount of time will be 3 minutes. Before speaking, please clearly state your name for the record. Number 1, would you please come forward? Thank you so much.
Mayor, if I may, that will be starting number 2.
Okay. Number 2, would you please come forward?
Hello? Okay. Hello, everyone. Thank you for having me here. I am Sairam. I'm the campus organizer for N.J.S.A, that's New Jersey Public Interest Research Group, and we work on many different campaigns, including public health and saving the environment. One of our main campaigns is Saving the Bees. I'm here to talk about the 350 native species we have here in New Jersey, and 15 of them being bumblebees, which are amazing. They help pollinate our plants like tomatoes and blueberries, so if you love those, we love bees. And we just want to thank you for the Bee City resolution that will be being voted upon tonight. And I hear the application has been filled, and we want to say thank you from N.J.S.A and the years we've put in, and thank you, Montclair, and also just to the community as well. Thank you for loving bumblebees, thank you for loving the environment, and thank you for saving the species.
Thank you very much. Number 3, please. Guest number 3.
Hello.
Hi.
My name is Nadia Goncalves. I am a community service member here in Montclair at the Durand School for Special Needs. I also have a partner who lives in Montclair, so I often stay the night here, of course. With that being said, on-street parking, we have permits for daily use, but with that, with unclear signs, inconsistent enforcement, and the online payment system being kind of erroneous. If one wants to pay for one after midnight, it does not allow you to pay for that day that you're staying. I have had a few accidental violations, so I would like to ask for the option of a monthly payment for permits. There's at least 8 streets I know that you are allowed to do a $45 monthly payment, but the street that my partner lives on does not have it, and I know many other streets. I know that other towns like Maplewood allow for a $210 a year on-street parking, which is about $17 a month. I believe that a $40 to $60 a month payment would be reasonable for a month so that one would not accidentally violate any laws. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'd just like to say, please, if others of you have these types of parking things, we have a committee that deals with that. Councilor Toller, Councilor Williams, and myself. We also have a Human Service Committee that meets with our police, the Public Safety Committee, which is Councilor Birmingham, myself, and Deputy Mayor Shin Anderson. So if you have things like that, they're important to us. We want to address them, but you can probably get like a response and some things done if you go through those committees. You're welcome to come here, and I thank you because now we know that you have that. So please, for anyone else that may be having similar concerns, yes.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. What street are you referring to? James Street? Up by, off of Midland by the high school? Yes. Okay, thank you.
Okay, next up, please. Number 4, thank you.
Hi, good evening. Thank you. And you just taught me something related to the reason I'm here.
Okay.
My name is Matthew Brown. I've lived in Montclair for 18 years, the last 5 of which I've also had a business in Montclair on Church Street, gelato shop called Benvenuti. And I'm here to oppose the ability of any business or person to reserve in advance metered parking on any ongoing basis. Currently, my understanding is that a business, and the business across the street from us called Fresco de Franco, for the last several years they've been reserving 4 spots. Anyone have any ideas how many parking spots there are on Church Street? 7. They're actually 10. 10 spots.
Close.
And so he reserves 4 spots on either side of loading only, which is another 2 spots. You can't really park there, but it's 5 minutes. But he takes those 2. So effectively, he's taking 6 of 12 spots. That's 50% of the parking on the whole street. Any idea how many businesses just on the street level operate on? 36. 36 businesses. So fewer than 3% of the businesses, or one business representing less than 3%, is occupying 50% of the parking. Why am I opposed? So what? No, there are many reasons. First of all, it's totally unfair, and I believe antithetical to the values of Montclair. The parking is free, or it's supposed to be free, from 7 p.m. on anyway. And this is basically when this particular business is taking up the parking. To me, it's ludicrous. And the 2 parking spots between the 2 that he's buying up for $11 a meter, by the way. So he's basically, building his business off of the cost of $11 meter. It's absurd. I've complained to the meter lady. She said, no, we don't bother them because, they yell at us. I'm not going to interfere with that. You have to call the police. So I've called the police. You know what the police say? He's got a relationship with the township. We don't touch that. We leave that alone. That's what they've told me.
Excuse me, audience, can you please let him finish?
Yeah. So a couple of weeks ago, I happened to be there, and there was I saw more police cars than I've ever seen in Montclair. And apparently it was over some music being played on Church Street. So I went to one of the officers, and I mentioned to him this issue with the valet parking, in particular, just these 2 spaces that are supposed to be 5-minute drop-off. And he told me, we can't touch those. We're not supposed to do anything. I guess that's my time. But so a couple things. There's no need for valet parking, frankly, in that spot. The Crescent, as I'm sure you all know, has 429 parking spots. You know how long it takes to get from Crescent to Franco's? 2 minutes. It's a 2-minute walk. This is crazy that this is happening. I actually like Franco because I think he has brought a lot of vitality to that part of the street. But it's just not fair to other businesses.
Yeah,
The-
thank
the-
you. I'm sorry. This is, your time was up,
All
and I
right.
did give you a little over. I appreciate you came here.
Sure.
And we did receive that. Thank you.
And I'm sorry.
Next guest, please. They can go to Human Services.
Number 5.
Tomorrow. Let's go into Human Services tomorrow.
Hello, everybody.
Hi, good evening.
Good evening. How are you? Hey, Noah. My name is Rael, to those who don't know me. I was born and raised here. I'm a social worker. I'm a licensed massage therapist, a local business owner. I don't have anything to speak about the agenda today, but I do want to speak about the town community meeting that was held a few weeks ago. For those of you who weren't there, the behavior was abhorrent. Like, the behavior was terrible. There was a young black woman who was trying to express her feelings and her sentiments about what's happening to the black residents in this town. Pardon me, but the town manager, Stephen, was very flippant, did not want to give a response to her. I had to ask for a response on her behalf. Councilwoman Lockman, the way that you responded to her, unfortunately, was extremely inappropriate and disappointing. And I know maybe you were caught in a heated moment, but that is not how any town resident should be addressed by our council members. Lastly, I saw that the meeting was recorded, yet I keep checking online, and I don't see anywhere where that video has been posted. And before my time is up, I do want to mention that when this young black woman voiced her opinion and her sentiments about what's going on in Montclair and how black flight is taking over and how we can't afford to live here anymore, an elderly white woman aggressively got up out of her seat and lunged at her, and our deputy mayor had to hold her back. Right, but they don't want to talk about that. So I just wanted to bring that up because that's important, because they talk down on us for our language and our behavior. But when it happens on the other end, what happens? She had nobody said anything to her about her behavior. Getting up out of her seat and launching herself at somebody, very inappropriate. Very inappropriate, dangerous almost. Thank you, Deputy Mayor, for holding her back. I'm sorry that she put you in that position, but that did happen and y'all should know about it. I hope you guys post the video online because we deserve, the community deserves to see what happened, so thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Next guest, please.
Number 7.
Guest number 7, please.
Sorry, let me just put my bag down. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for such a warm welcome. That's very nice, very sweet. My name is Noah Gale. I'm a Mountie Blue as well. I was raised in Montclair since I was 5 years old. I have lived in Montclair my whole life, and I'm never leaving till the day I pass away at 104 years old. I want to raise the next 6 generations here. However, I've said this before at town council meetings, and I will say this again. Dr. Renee Baskerville,
Yes, sir.
members of the town council, I am please asking you to lower taxes, property taxes, by a huge chunk percent. I want to be able to afford to live here the rest of my life. Like what I said earlier, this is my 20th anniversary living in this beloved Mountie Blue Township, and I do not want to ever leave this town. I want to raise perhaps the next 6 generations here. So is there any way you could please have a plan to lower property taxes? Because I want to live here my whole life. And who is going to be able to afford to live in Montclair or anywhere in New Jersey if they do not take care of lowering property taxes by a huge chunk percent? Again, it's like, plus I have friends who left Montclair because the taxes were pretty high and they did not want to, trust me. I know people who actually wanted to move back here after they graduated college to purchase their own home. However, they ended up moving to like Michigan, which is not good, and they didn't even want to. They want to live here, then raise the next generation here their whole life and they wish they lived here, trust me, instead of Michigan, because the taxes are too high and they need to lower it by a huge chunk. I know this can be a problem sometimes with money spending. I know the school system needs money. However, we really need to find a better way to manage both. If you could please lower taxes by from here to a huge percent, that'd be great. Because right now, Montclairians, Mountie Blue people are paying too much money in Montclair, and we want to be able to keep our own home. Please lower property taxes in Montclair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Noah. Next guest, please.
Hi, Tony Martin, 41 North Fullerton Avenue. You ready for me?
I'm sorry. Yes, thank you,
no
Tony.
So I spoke at the last council meeting. Before this was actually on the agenda, the change in the public comment schedule. And I won't repeat what I said before, but my opinion is not altered despite all I've read, and I've read your comments in an article in the local and so forth. I am opposed to anything that diminishes or separates the two public comment sessions. Now, at the last time I spoke, Councilor Lockman made a very fair point. The council is trying to get its business done, and I understand that. And Dr. Mayor, you said that it wasn't on the agenda yet, and that it wouldn't be on the agenda until there was a consensus to act on it and vote on it. And I've thought a lot about that since then, because it sort of took me to the larger issue, which is transparency in government. And at the same council meeting, I learned of an abrupt action to move the senior center, which a group of stakeholders had worked on for years and years. I'm not among them. And I didn't really like the idea of where the previous council had located the senior center, because I thought it cost too much. And I didn't like the process because it wasn't transparent. And I realized that the changing of that plan, there are good reasons for it, and nothing against you, Town Manager Marks, but because I know there was a time constraint to getting the money. Nevertheless, I object to the lack of transparency in that situation. The way it's supposed to be, right, is concept, consensus, vote. But somewhere in there between concept and consensus, the public, there should be some sunlight.
Yes.
I just ask you that going forward, that you bear that in mind. I know some of you ran on that issue, and I ask you to always keep it in your hearts and minds. I'll just give you an example. I know that also development issues sometimes involve private negotiations, but here's an example. Why is the Recreation Department moving? Where's it going? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next guest, please.
Hello, everybody. Good evening.
Good evening.
My name's Stephen Rossi. I'm a 10-year Montclair resident. I'm supported today by some local Fring Street residents here in Montclair. I'm also a 10-year Fring Street resident. Before I get into my point, I just wanted to ask, is anyone here familiar with Fring Street in Montclair? I can't hear what you're saying. Ooh, all right. Is anyone familiar with Fring Street here in Montclair?
What did you say?
Yes. Fring Street.
Fring Street, yes.
It's a private
Sorry.
Yes.
Yes. So what brings me here today is Fring Street, even though it is a small one-way street and a lot of people don't know Fring Street is a small street with a lot of spirit. Fring Street connects Walnut and Label Street. It connects local businesses. On a daily basis, you will see high schoolers walking down Fring Street to enjoy some lunch on Walnut Street. You'll see family, children, parents from the soccer dome walking up and down Fring Street. You even have the local food kitchen where people frequent up and down Fring Street. I myself, I love Frink and Walnut Street. I hope to be there for a very long time. If you look at Fring Street, it doesn't seem to me like it's an accurate representation of Montclair. All these people that I mentioned walking up and down Fring Street, unfortunately, they have to walk into the street. Local businesses have taken it upon themselves to use Fring Street as their own personal garbage hub. Fring Street is lined with garbage cans on both sides. I myself have a dog. I walk out of my apartment. I'm not able to walk my dog down the street. Every day when you see people walk down Fring Street, they are doing that. They are walking down the middle of Fring Street. I've contacted the town a couple of times. I've reached out to local businesses a couple of times, but to no avail. I've had no success. It's even unfortunately gotten to the point where the garbage cans just can't fit the garbage. It overflows.
Wow.
If you visit Fring Street on a nightly basis, you will see rats, you will see possums, you will see skunks. I myself, my own dog has been sprayed by a skunk twice during my 10 years of living on Fring Street in Montclair. I encourage any city official to come down Fring Street on a Monday morning, and you tell me if you think this is an accurate representation of our lovely town of Montclair. There is no speed limit sign on Fring Street either, so people will come down the street, they will fly down the street, and there's also some neglect with potholes and sidewalks on Fring Street. So, like I mentioned, even though it's a small street with a lot of spirit, I just think Fring Street could use a little bit of love, and I have some pictures that I'd like to submit of garbage of all of the street, just everything that I've taken pictures of, just for a review. So, thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Next guest, please.
Number 11. Good evening.
Hey, good
Hello.
evening.
My name is Jamela Lamb, and I am been a Montclair resident for about 11 years. And for 10 of those years, I've been a loyal customer of Ahava Felicie Dodd's hair salon, and which is why I'm here to show my support for Ahava. I don't know who's familiar or not, but she owns a salon at 4 Midland Avenue, which unfortunately had a fire over a month ago. And unfortunately, the fire was, a devastating loss of business income. But in addition, the process of recovering from the fire has been has continued on in a negative way, and has impacted her inability to get back into her shop and resume business. Ahava is a really strong member of the Montclair community as well as her business, and so I just wanted to, like I said, show my support and hope that there will be a speedy recovery process for her, and that she'll be able to get back into her business and continue to be a part of the business community in Montclair. Thank you.
Are you hosting something and you're asking for people to participate? If you wanted to just share with us what you're doing for her, then maybe we can help you.
No, well, she does have a GoFundMe, which she can provide details on. I don't have it in front of me. But no, I more just wanted to bring awareness so that the most important thing is her getting back into the space. So.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yep. Next guest, please.
Number 12.
I promise to bring a little bit of comedy here. We need it. Okay, are we ready? Okay, hi, my name is Rostafa, actor, singer, musician.
It's nice to see some of you guys again. Some of you I might not recognize. I'm not sure if you were here last year. Long story short, I am also the event planner for the band's Last Waltz, which is becoming a tradition here in Montclair. I took it upon myself 2 years ago to present basically musician friends of mine from all throughout Montclair as well throughout the North Jersey area that wanted to be in support of a local 501c3 nonprofit called Tony's Kitchen. Some of you may not know what that is, but Tony's Kitchen is essentially a food, clothing, and pretty much resource center for those that are in need, particularly around the holiday season where we have seen a growth in mental health issues as well as depravity of just natural needs, and also the fact that there's also even people that I've even found recently that have not been getting any and all resources just based upon just discrimination of some kind here and there. But then Tony's Kitchen comes in and they basically be, biblically as we were to say, again, just that dog in the rough. And basically, I just wanted to thank Tony's Kitchen personally because, again, they've been a great partner, but also we are coming to a situation where we're also going to as well introduce another organization that deals with housing issues, particularly with gentrification, because as every single one of you guys know, this is not just happening throughout the state of New Jersey, this is happening countrywide. Personally, this has also happened to me this year. Personally, I would like to thank Amina and Mayor Baskerville for their love and support from a personal standpoint. However, this year, we're going to actually be having our biggest Last Waltz. We're including 85 musicians this time. And also, we're going to be hopefully able to sell out this event, which we have already done for the last 2 years. And we've also even included one of my longtime personal friends and also who was my former mayor at one point, who is now the senator, John F. McKeon, was also there. And also we're going to plan on having other officials being there, not just political, but then also cultural, social, and I would even dare say spiritual. We have a date. It is Saturday, November 15th. And this will be happening in Montclair Art Museum. Tickets are already on sale right now. There's a Facebook messaging post as well. There's an event page already there. We already have the ticket link up. I can say that we have a couple of notability of people that are going to be there, including Fabulous Flemtones, who always play at Tierney's, Mark Bowers, Billy Hector, Dave Fields, Meg Patrick, Carol Vasquez, et cetera, various other different people. But basically what I want to drive home here is that any and all support is needed, not just by appearance, but then also by getting the word out there. So I'm asking if the council, of any way, shape, or form, whether it be on their website, whether it be on their event post over here through the clerk's office, to allow any and all advertisement for this show. And yes, anyone can go. You just have to pay for a ticket, and all proceeds will go towards Tony's Kitchen and also our other partner who will be announced very soon. My name is Rostafa. I yield my time. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
May I?
Yes.
Rostafa?
Yes.
Thank you for putting on this event again for us again this year. For those people at home, I just want to let you know Rostafa is an absolute gentleman. The event that he's speaking about was sold out for 2 years in a row. I highly recommend trying to attend it and or support it. It's worth it. Tony's Kitchen is a wonderful organization here in town. Rostafa, you know how to reach me, and we'll provide the same support again for you this year. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next guest, please. This will be number 13.
Oh, Twin.
Hey.
What's up, Twin?
How are you guys? Good evening, council members and Mayor Baskerville. My name is Ralph Cuello from 5 Rosedale Avenue, a Montclair homeowner and resident of the 4th Ward. I'm here to raise serious concerns about selective code enforcement and lack of accountability. At a recent town council meeting, our current township attorney said, selective enforcement is a huge problem with code enforcement. I would not recommend it. I think we would only get in trouble that way. Unfortunately, this problem is not hypothetical, it is happening. Over the last 3 months, code enforcement has inspected my property 7 times, yet the township-owned lot directly next to mine has never been cited, despite grass standing over 2 feet tall all summer long. The property has not been maintained once this year. This is a textbook example of selective enforcement which erodes public trust in our employees and elected officials. In a related matter, the township awarded $85,000 to Hendricks Appraisal Company for appraisal services this year. The professional appraiser clearly stated that the highest and best use of the land would be the sale of the adjoining property, which is to me. On July 28th, I received an email from the EDC asking if I was interested in purchasing it and confirmed. Now, suddenly, the council members have reversed course and decided to preserve the unmaintained and the abandoned 2,000 square foot lot as a public open space, ignoring the appraisal.
This change came shortly after I filed 2 formal complaints with the township attorney, the manager, and the State of New Jersey Department of Consumer Affairs. What the first complaint was, a building department employee installed an above-ground pool without the proper permits. The second complaint was the Montclair Building Department issued me $8,000 in improper fines and a stop work order on my construction project. The township never responded or followed up with my complaints regarding the city employee, their clearly illegal structure and code of ethics violations. The state, however, the Department of Consumer Affairs did find the building department acted inappropriately by ordering that I followed the department's personal preferences and not the New Jersey Uniform Construction Code, which they are legally obligated to enforce. The state ordered that the fines be removed and that I be allowed to complete my construction. As a Montclair resident, I have protected rights under the N.J.A. law against discrimination to file complaints and seek transparency. The consequences that I faced from imposed fines, lost rental income, retaliatory actions from the building department, and now the sudden consideration or the sudden reversal of consideration for the land sale all raise serious questions about the retaliation and abuse of authority. I'm respectfully requesting that the council and township attorney take these matters seriously, as all 3 elements required to uphold judicial justice have been met. I also have a recording of the township manager imposing those fines.
Cite a code. That's what I meant. So you want them to cite a code for that reason for the alteration. I'll pass that along to Dan, and that code could come along with your violation.
The code was never received, but I was able, my construction was paused for about 3 months, and fines were removed, but no violation or code was given to me. Thank you for your time. I really appreciate it. And off or on the record, you guys are doing a fantastic job here in town.
Thank you. I don't know, Attorney, is that something that you can help us with, or manager? Because I'm not really clear who's going to follow up and help you with that.
No worries.
don't know.
I mean, well, if you guys want, I can give you, I can't request the file from the Department of Consumer Affairs investigator, but you guys can. I mean, he can give you guys all of the information. I spoke to him today, and they just won't release it to me.
Who is it that you want us to follow up with this?
Mayor, I'll follow up with code enforcement, take it under advisement.
And the building department employee for the complaint that I had filed and never was, I never got followed up on or anything.
What was the name?
34 Pleasant Way.
All right, thank
Thank
you. I
you.
just didn't want to not know, and I apologize.
No
I tried
worries,
to
no
follow it
worries.
all, but there was a couple.
And really, I would love for you guys to consider the sale because that lot is abandoned,
Okay.
and it's very small. So
Thank you so much for coming. I didn't understand. The other half of the dynamic
Hello.
duo.
Ronald Cuello, resident of the 2nd Ward. I'm here to talk about also a lack of transparency that I've seen within city employees. A building department employee owns a property, 34 Pleasant Way, that we've seen for the last 5 years has not had any increase in property taxes, yet they've had a permit open for the same 5 years. When this property was first purchased, it was a single structure. It now has an addition, an extended driveway, and plenty of renovations. And yet, for some reason, property taxes have not gone up. I hear a lot of my fellow residents complain about the property taxes, and I urge all of my fellow residents to inquire about this, because if that is a legal loophole, or if that's the precedent we are setting, we should allow all of our residents to take advantage of it, because I would surely love to open up a permit and continuously update it to maintain my property taxes the same way. If you look at 34 Pleasant Way, if you look at the Google photos, in 2020, it was a single structure, it had no addition. In 2025, it has an addition, it has a garage, brand new driveway, yet the property taxes have maintained at $306,010, or $306,100. That's the assessed value. When I called the tax assessor, they told me it's a shell, it's not completed. I find it really, really interesting that a tax assessor in town would know the interior of a property. So I'm really recommending either an independent investigation, or at least an independent audit, just to see, hey, is this
accurate, or if not, please allow the residents to do the same, because we all deserve lower taxes. And if we can't get them through ordinances or any proceedings that you guys can do, well, I think all of us would be more than happy to just open up a permit and keep it open for years to come and put minor alterations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next guest, please, number 15.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Sarah Avery, Montclair resident. You know, I have to say, Councilor Logman really is the biggest proponent of reducing public comment, and she routinely scoffs and rolls her eyes at residents making public comment, a right to free speech in a democracy. She does not support free speech and has no interest in voters' or constituents' ideas, suggestions, or problems. Councilor Logman is a true hypocrite, promoting voter registration when she has no interest in voters. The Spiller Council also reduced public comment in December 2023. I remember attending a council meeting in January 2024 when public comment did not begin until midnight. Several residents from Union Gardens waited for 5 hours to alert the mayor and council to the unbearable living conditions they were suffering with. That was 2024, and obviously that situation has not changed. I'm quoting from the Montclair Times, October 25th, 1973, with respect to Union Gardens. We think this building will be a living testimony to a union of interest in the town. First, the dedication of the Union Baptist Church. Secondly, a union of churches of all faith in Montclair. And thirdly, a union of all the varying and different interests which are sure to be present in any town. Union Gardens is a symbol of working together for a needed common good. Union Gardens was supposed to be a demonstration of community strength, but changes that have occurred in Montclair that are squeezing, reducing, and ultimately eliminating diversity is the same mercenary authoritarianism that's occurring in D.C. that you all love to disparage. Do as I say, not as I do. How vulgar Montclair has become as this council seeks to further damage our fragile democracy.
Thank you. Next guest, please.
Ariel Ekstedt, 316 Park Street. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Sounds weird. Okay. So I didn't know it was National Voter Registration Day, but that is perfect timing because I am here to talk about public comment. And, you know, public comment is democracy at work. And it's actually right here in this room that I truly came to understand and appreciate our democracy in a way that I never had before. Councilor Birmingham is one of my public comment heroes, rock stars, for all the excellent public comment that she gave over the years. And many of you, this is my daughter who just went to college calling me, excuse me. Okay, so.
Make college tuition free.
So many of you ran not just on preserving public comment, but also on remote public comment. And just when this meeting opened, Councilor Lochman, you talked about how many decisions are made here that affect all of us residents. And that is so true. And the residents are the voices you need to hear to make the decisions that affect all of us. So on this National Voter Registration Day, please honor those who voted for all of you, and please vote no to change the public comment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next guest, please.
Number 17.
Ahava. Hey.
Good evening, Mayor Dr. Baskerville.
Good evening.
And the council for the Township of Montclair. I'll start with handing this out.
God bless you. Bless you.
So tonight, I am an advocate for Ahava Felicidad, and I am Ahava Felicidad. Many of you know her as the first founder and president of the Tenants Organization of Montclair. It's easier for me to speak this in third person, so I can get through it. Less of you know her as the owner and founder of a holistic hair care and wellness practice under the name Ahava Felicidad Hair and Body. Montclair Ahava needs your voice. A neighboring business chose to close their store, citing her fire as the reason, but in doing so, they've created chaos, stalling, and painful delays that have directly threatened her ability to rebuild and restore her business. Businesses next door to her were operating open with no damages, which should be a time of healing and restoration, has instead turned into a tumultuous battle for her livelihood and well-being. She feels pure cruelty and prejudice against her for monetary gain. She felt and still feels discriminated against for the first time in her hometown of Montclair, disrespected and disregarded. This isn't just about one business, it's about how we as a community respond when one of our own is struggling. Montclair is known for lifting each other up, not for tearing each other down. Thank you all. God bless and have a good night.
Thank you so much. Next guest, please.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Dr. Baskerville and the City Council. My name is Ricardo Walker. I'm a resident on Titchener Place. On November 1st, 2024, I received a ticket in our driveway at 2 a.m. because they stated it was protruding into the sidewalk, which what I later learned is a state statute that the sidewalks need to be protected, which we understand. But when we presented this to the Fourth Ward Council representative, Ms. Toller, and the parking superintendent, that Titchener, along with other streets, were on pause from receiving any tickets until they look into it further. The driveway that we have is not large, and therefore that's the only option that we have. On September 7th, so it was on hold for almost a year and waiting for something to occur. Some streets were voted on to receive that do and will permit overnight parking, but unfortunately Titchener wasn't included. On September 7th this year, I received a ticket, and we weren't notified that lax was no longer active, and therefore I wouldn't have parked if I'd have known this, but anyway, I got a ticket, just another donation. So what I'd like to find out more about is, like, what are we going to do moving forward? Because some streets were allowed this provision. As stated, we don't have this space. It's a very small driveway, and we'd like to know what's going to happen moving forward. Based on the criteria, we should have been allowed this provision, and I'd like to know and how you guys came to the decision that some streets were allowed and some streets are not allowed. And take a look at the map, Google Maps, which Ms. Toller did provide and the city superintendent did provide at the time. But I'm really confused about why our street wasn't included.
and we weren't notified, and therefore receiving tickets that are just a donation to the city, that we can't keep up that pace. I don't think anyone can keep up that pace, nor would they like to. The other options are for overnight parking, like $5 a night. That's over $2,000 for the year. Then there are other options. We don't have a parking location in the Fourth Ward close to us, so that also adds to the concern that we have. So I do know that you mentioned the council to someone else who spoke, but we need to follow up on this. It's not feasible. We've been living here for 6 years. We enjoy living in the community, but we need to find a solution. So if you could let me know how we're going to go about this, where we need to meet, what we can provide, or anything that could be done, please let us know.
You left your information over here, a way to contact you when you signed in?
I
Or
only
if
wrote my
not-
name, but I will.
Okay,
May I?
thank you.
May
And then
I?
we will have the appropriate people get back to you.
Right,
Thank
may I?
you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Walker, for being here. I know that you sent me an email, and we did communicate, and I've spoke to Councilor Williams. We're going to have another meeting with our parking superintendent and the other officials that we met with, and take a look at those streets. So,
And we
I'm sorry you
appreciate your
weren't
time.
notified. You know, our superintendent of parking was supposed to put warnings out first. I'm not sure what happened there. That's out of my jurisdiction, but thank you for coming to
do
speak in
understand.
public.
Thank you
I
very much.
appreciate it.
Next
Thank you.
guest, please. Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. Scott Keddy, 416 Valley Road. Earlier this summer, in August, my two daughters and I returned and had a wonderful vacation, and it took all of 30 minutes for us to almost have our two dogs on the sidewalk corner of Bellevue and Valley run over. So I'm here to talk about street safety. It's a daily thing. Happened today. I had to watch my daughters cross with no crossing guard. And interestingly, I gave my daughter this piece of paper 20 minutes before arriving. She went through all of the bond suggestions, and her comment was, "Dad, people's offices are more important than people not getting run over by cars." So when you look at the bonds at Matt Kadesh's article, the very bottom is $500K for street safety. We need to put our money where our mouth is. All of you ran on street safety. $500K is a joke. You're missing a digit in front of it. You are putting $2.5 million into roads and pavings. No problem, if and only if you have the head of safety sign off on all of those. Vera Place, where one of the counselor's sister lives, got repaved, wasn't a single pothole. My two daughters, a 9-year-old, goes, "Why did they pave this? There was nothing wrong with it." You go down, obviously there's safety for $1 million fire truck. How many people have died of fires in Montclair? As far as I know, that's a goose egg. We have a report on the town's website, 5 people in 2 years. Cancel that. Put that into street safety. We have had someone speak up loudly about the fire department. It needs an audit. And if they're asking for another $1 million truck, we ain't putting the money in the right spot. Put it into street safety. People are getting run over. You go down, we've got the garbage trucks. Lordy, they are the hardest working fellows in town. And if there's a woman on there, I apologize. If we get new garbage trucks, we're doing the same thing United Airlines did. They put new coffee makers in all their planes. They never beta tested them. They didn't work. We're doing the same thing. Those bucket lifters, great for their backs. Watch those guys. It will slow them down. You're going to have to double or triple your staff, and you'll have to buy more trucks. Has anyone done management by walking around going out? So that's what, another $1.2 million? And then, I'm sorry, but fixing this building first before road safety, that's just appalling. I challenge anyone. The secretary, since I only have 40 seconds, the secretary upstairs, Mayor, your secretary, I went in to speak to the town manager. Thank you, by the way, Stephen, and you're doing some great stuff. And we are making minor improvements. She almost got run over going to Paper Plane. And we need massive change, starting with your front yard. There are no lines on the road. And you know why there aren't any lines? Thousands of people have gone on the wrong side of the road. If you go 100 yards that way, you will see the yellow, what it should be, the entire line. That's tens of thousands of vehicles on the wrong side of the road. We got to focus on safety, and all of you ran on it. Not one of you has asked a question, and this bond, if you go through with it, it is so Jacobellian, it is a spiller splurge, and I thought we gave that up.
Show that you're not Jacobellis. Show you're not Spiller. Show you actually care about residents, especially the ones who can't vote. There's 6,000 plus students. Represent them. And when one dies, everything's going to change in this town, including property taxes plummeting. So Noah, your equation goes up when the property taxes go down. And one child's death, which is, we're so overdue, and it's a sad thing. The crossing guard at the high school today said that. And he missed getting hit by this much last week, by the way. So I am wide open. There's tons of people. Vision Zero has to start now and give her the money. You've put someone in. She didn't even have a cell phone for weeks. Give her the money. Show her the money. Put your money where your mouth is. Like, this is junk. This stuff we don't need. Necessarily, we need to be safe in our town. What good is all of this if one of us is dead? And we've already had 5 in 2 years. And one of them phoned the police 5 times to say this is dangerous. So, please, for the sake of my kids, for the sake of our dogs, for the sake of everyone here, seniors, dogs, kids, scrap this bond and put it into street safety. We are in a crisis, and you cannot wait for another plan. We've got to start acting. Thank you, Stephen, for putting in all the stop signs. That's a great start. We got so much more to do, but we've got to do something.
We hear you.
Yeah, thank you very much.
I asked for action.
Thank you.
I don't care if you listen to me. Action,
Yeah,
please.
we do hear you and appreciate it. Thank you. Next guest, please.
Can I ask a quick question before my time begins? Can someone up there just tell us, maybe the town manager, hello, if the signal at Bellevue and Park is now correctly timed and safe for all pedestrians and vehicles going through? Last I read, it wasn't timed properly and it wasn't being attended to.
People just left because other people are getting extra time, so let's not do that.
Well, it's related to the last thing. It wasn't meant to be rhetorical.
Excuse me. Is there anyone here, though, that can answer the question about the Bellevue and Clark?
So I saw an email earlier today from the township engineer that the timing was being fixed or improved or coordinated. So I believe the issue's been addressed. I'll have to go back and confirm.
Thank you.
Thank you. There have been many, many voices here tonight that I've already heard that came to this podium, to this microphone, because they felt there was something they needed to put into this room that wasn't being properly addressed elsewhere. People who talked about not getting feedback, not getting answers. I think that alone is a testament to why public comment staying as is paramount.
Ma'am, can you give your name, please? I'm sorry, I missed your name.
I'm sorry, Jessica Stolzberg, Montclair. I think we already know that remote comment is entirely possible, and you can easily pre-register your speakers to resolve your security concerns. Remote comment is alive and well across Essex County, across New Jersey, and across this country. To believe we can't figure this out reasonably is a failure of imagination and dedication to our local democracy. Speaking of our local democracy, let's talk about this council's rising desire to limit it by reducing public comment by 1/3 and moving around the windows, making it less accessible to the general public, not to meet the needs of the public, but to meet your own. I urge you to remember you chose to serve. You were elected into your seats to meet the needs of the people. If those needs are not being met by phone or by email, please don't shorten your constituents' ability to seek your help in this chamber. Public comment is powerful, whether here at 205 or at a state Senate hearing. The key word is public, and here you are looking to take it away for what really amounts to an inconvenience to you. But simply put, listening to public comment, enduring public comment, is part of the job you took an oath to uphold. Councillor Williams, you said last spring when this was up for discussion, people's voices are getting heard. But what we see in this room is that sometimes our voices are not being heard. And I would like to ask you if you had ever come to this podium, to this microphone, when you were just a citizen in Montclair. Sure.
I sent an email.
Okay. So do you know what it feels like to need to come up to this mic
because our lived experience in Montclair under our local government draws us here. How I wish you knew what this felt like as you sit there eager to reduce it so your time is less impacted. Our time is precious too, I can assure you. We don't come here to this mic because we have nothing else to do. Councilor Birmingham, you stated on this issue, I've done comment, I know when you're standing there, it feels very short. But then it was soon followed by, you can make a very clear point in 30 seconds. I attended a great many meetings during which you spoke powerfully about significant matters impacting our community. I'm quite sure you used all of your 3 minutes to do so. And now from the dais, you tell us you think 30 seconds is enough. Several of you stated that these are meetings where you have to get our work done. Well, these are meetings where we have an opportunity to ask for you to focus some of your work on what we draw your attention to. Sometimes email is simply not enough. Right now, in this very space, it feels like the best place for us to find democracy. I urge you, please, not to vote for this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And so I don't always do this, but I would like to respond to why I felt the need when she asked about the traffic light at Belleville and that intersection. I was feeling as though there may be a situation in the township that might impact someone's safety. And because I heard it as such, that there might be something in the township that may impact someone's safety, I made a decision to ask the manager that. We try very hard not to do that, but I would rather err on giving someone a couple of seconds and really trying to find out if there's something that we need to do expeditiously before there is a public safety incident or not. It's not a matter that I think anyone should be entitled or anything, and I try really hard not to do that. So that's that. Next guest, please. Yes. Sure.
Sorry, Lynn, before you start, people should just know that that resolution that was posted was a work in progress, and what I'm looking at right now is something very different. And the discussions, I will speak for all my counselors here and will say that nobody is interested in cutting comment for its own sake. Absolutely not. And we've played around with different different rubrics. There's a million different ways to slice it, but what I'm looking at right now on the page is very different. And Mr. Kadash called us, and we said that up front, like, something comes out on a Monday, and it's often there is some discussion about it, and it would be great if we had more time, but right now nobody should. I don't want to dissuade anybody from talking. I like public comment. But you should know that we are not about to vote on what you saw on Monday. There's literally no resolution that says that. It's very different. Yeah, so, and with that, back to our regular public comment.
Thank you. Next guest, please.
Hi, Mr. D'Amato. I'm very gratified to hear that. Is one of the things that I wanted to just reinforce my support about, which was not to lessen any public comment but in fact to expand it. And I know that many of us were happy to hear that you were some of you were running on.
No, hit it again.
Highland Stockhammer from
Yes.
Forest Street. I'm sorry, my time is running down. I'm glad to hear that about public comment. I'm here to reinforce what many people here are saying, and that many of you had run on part of your platform, which was to increase participation by remote comment. There are many people who are unable to attend in person or cannot stay late. So I really don't know what to do first here, but in terms of safety, I'm on the corner, as many of you know, every Friday night peacefully protesting, and also on Thursday nights. There are often police cars stationed on Church Street. This intersection, which was worked on with a different traffic pattern and lights and clear signs, one of them is entirely crooked, by the way, on Bloomfield Avenue approaching Church Street. This sign has been skewed. There are constant chronic left turns coming onto Church Street fast off Bloomfield Avenue, U-turns from Bloomfield Avenue
onto South Fullerton, and the cops are just there the whole time, but they're not focusing on that. I had written to many of you regarding the Glenridge Avenue and Forest Street situation with the parking on Morimoto. Somebody had made a comment from the community that they were required to provide valet parking. Whatever it is, they're taking up the restaurant at night, parking from the restaurant Morimoto on Glenridge Avenue all the way to the corner. And then as you're turning, so that's effectively become a 3-lane street at this point, especially Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday nights. Forest Street, there's now parking from the corner all the way up through past the sign that says no parking here to corner. The people who are doing the valet put up cones. There was some minor improvement in that they stopped parking cars on the sidewalk itself, but they're only parking them in the street. Any pedestrian is forced to walk around the cars. If there's somebody, I emailed many of you, Council Williams, this is your ward. I know that you were away on vacation, the first email that I sent. I don't know if you had a chance to look at it. And I also, I think, emailed both councils at large, and I think you're very familiar, Councilor Anderson, with that corner. And it's just really, really dangerous. I also wanted to talk about, thank you.
Thank you. Next guest, please.
Good evening. I did write to some of you today about parking. That's an important thing. I'm glad to see people are coming up here to talk about that. I still stand firm that people who live here, pay rent here, pay taxes here, should not have to pay to park on their streets. Do better. Do better. Bloomfield people do not have to pay to park on their own streets. Montclair, that leads me into my next thing, as what we just saw here. Yes, safety is important. My husband and I talk about how we get nearly hit almost on a daily basis. That is important. We are having trouble. Thank you for the stop sign at Watchung. So long overdue. Thank you for all that work, whoever was a part of that, because excellent work. But you could save time on stop giving people extra time. People literally just walked out of the room because it's obnoxious. It doesn't matter what the topic is. If someone stands up to speak, it's because they have something important to say. It doesn't mean that their time is more important. But that's what that guy just said. He had great things to say. He made me laugh for the first time tonight. When he walked out of here, he said, safety trumps everything else. I'd like to say to him, does it trump people losing their homes due to gentrification? Does that trump that? That is the sign of entitlement we keep seeing in this town, and it needs to stop. It's obnoxious. And when you see people get up and walk out because they weren't given the same amount of time as some people are given, that needs to stop. I understand you guys work very hard for free. You can, by being less contentious, by being more fair, by doing the good work that you are getting done, you will have less people coming here to talk. For an example, I wouldn't have stood up tonight to waste your time if that didn't just happen. If you're saying 3 minutes, everybody deserves 3 minutes. You shouldn't go over your time. It's obnoxious. And no, somebody's pain isn't more than somebody else's pain. So that man, whatever he just said, I'm going to erase from my mind. Safety is important, but it doesn't trump anything else anybody comes up here to speak about, and shame on him. Shame on him for saying that. So once again, be fair. Be fair. When that time is up, I'm going to speak till that time is up now, and I'm not going to go a second over because I don't need to ask for more time. I don't want you to go down to 2 minutes. I don't want to even come here to talk to you because when you do good work, I don't have to come. But we have to stop the unfairness, the inequity, and get things done to make this town better for everyone. Thank you. Good night.
Thank you very much. Next
Free
guest,
Palestine.
please.
Mayor, that's no more speaker.
Okay. thank you all for coming forward. And unless there's someone out there that didn't know they needed to sign in, we will move on in the agenda, and we have completed the period allotted for public comment. Okay, we're going to move on to pending ordinances, second reading. On the second reading, the public has an opportunity to come forward. I'm going to open up the public hearing without objection. If there's anyone present who wishes to be heard on one of the pending ordinances, as we get to them, I'm going to offer you an opportunity to come forward. We're going to begin with pending ordinance A. No, yeah, I was just going to try. We can start on your end.
Oh, sure.
Councilor Toller, please, would you begin with pending ordinance O-25-36?
Sure,
Thank
thank you. Pending, as you mentioned, pending ordinance O-25-36, bond ordinance providing the various capital improvements by the Township of Montclair, appropriating the aggregated amount of $10,240,000, therefore, and authorizing the issuance of $9,750,000 bonds or notes to the township to finance part of the cost thereof. This has some typos. I so move.
Second.
Is there anyone present from the public that wishes to come forward and speak that has not already done so? Please come forward. Okay, council discussion?
Yeah, I mean, does anyone want to speak to the street safety, all of the work that is going on beyond this $500,000? Would you care to do it? The members of the Safe Street, if someone would care to speak to that?
I would just preface it by saying that, I mean, I do understand Mr. Keddy's, passion and anger. I understand that. And, when you look at those ratios of numbers, I think that that's not an unreasonable lens to look at stuff, right? Because your budget is your priorities. What I would say is that the Complete Streets framework is about making sure that the improvements that you make on the streets conform to a certain set of best practices. So when you have a paving budget, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, when you have a paving budget of $2 million, under our new law, under our ordinance, you would be forced into making sure that that was conforming, whether it's striping and other things. So it isn't that it is only 5% of a $10 million bond issue, which, by the way, is only a certain part of our spending, that in everything that we're going to be doing, it is focused more on that. And I will say that, and this is not about the bond, so it may be out of order, but like just in the email that I see and the work that is being done, that street safety is a vastly higher priority than it was even, I think, a year ago. I mean, it's in the fabric of everything that's done, but it is definitely not just that $500,000 in this particular bond issue.
And just to be even more specific, and I know Janice is here, because part of what we have done is we've hired a Safe Streets director specifically to be analyzing what needs to be done in our town. We also have, Janice, you have a grant to do demonstration projects that we will look at, and that is several $100,000 where you're going to do the demonstrations. You're going to look at different interventions that can be done and see what works, see what doesn't work. And so I also appreciate Scott's passion, Mr. Keddy's passion. I really do. I just don't want people to think that we are all committed to this. As he said, we all ran on it. We are all committed to this, but there's a process, and we are sort of, every day we are here, we are approving new stop signs almost every time we're here. But in addition to this $500,000, we also have more money going into it through grants. And then again, we will see what works and then be ready to spend more money. So I just want to say that.
So I'd like to ask Planner Tally, did you want to come down? No, you're no?
No.
Okay, I saw you standing up in the back and doing some signals, and I wasn't sure. Okay,
Mayor.
all right, thank you.
Mayor, I would like to just
Okay,
make a
thank you
comment.
very much, Planner Tally. I appreciate it.
Did anybody else?
Anyone else?
Mayor, so just to tag on to the Safe Streets, I have to admit that when I first saw this, the first time it was read, I was a little taken aback by the amount. But just to sort of reinforce the point, there has been a lot of work that's been done. There is a federal grant that is paying for it's a Safe Streets for All grant that the township has gotten to do a safety action plan, which the Complete Streets Director is spearheading. Work is being, that they're having a meeting about it this week. And the understanding is once that plan is finalized and adopted, that there is going to be an opportunity to be able to apply for more grants. We have to have a plan, basically. We're trying to do it a little bit more methodically than it has in the past. And I just wanted to just make sure people knew about some of the other, and for me, when I read this bond ordinance, it just reinforces the fact that we have so many different priorities that seem equally important. So, for instance, the storm sewer truck, that is, we're replacing something that is completely unusable, and it's going to be used to clear debris from storm sewers, which we get emails from residents and business owners about flooding on their streets, so that seems pretty important. Yes, and some of the other improvements, like the parks, the improvements for Mountainside Pool and Park, issuing, these are things that have been in progress for years. So I just want to make sure that everyone understands exactly what's covered under this bond ordinance. And so that's all I wanted to say.
Thank you very much. Any other council members? Final call from people from the public that wish to be heard on this? Okay, if not, yes. Yes, please come forward, Mr. German.
Very quick. Are you passing tonight the resolution for B-City USA?
Yes, we're just not there yet.
Okay, it's just,
We're doing the ordinances now. That would be under the resolutions. It's in there.
okay.
When I get to the resolutions part, I can move that up, switch places so that you don't have to sit through the others if that is what you would prefer that we do this evening. It's not a problem.
All right.
Okay, we're going to go through our ordinances first, and then when I get to the resolutions, that's included, and I'll
Thank you.
move it
I
up.
appreciate it.
Okay, anyone else? Okay, Madam Clerk, please.
Deputy Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham,
Yes.
Counselor D'Amato.
Yes.
Counselor Lockman.
Yes.
Counselor Toller.
Yes.
Counselor Williams.
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville.
Yes, thank you very much. Councilor Williams, would you please do pending ordinance 0-25-37?
Certainly.
Thank you.
Pending ordinance 0-25-37, ordinance of the Township of Montclair canceling the obligations authorized but not issued under Bond Ordinance number 0-24-24. So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Are there members of the audience who wish to come forward and be heard on this? Please come now. Seeing none, members of the council, please, do any of you wish to add anything to the conversation? Madam Clerk, please do roll call.
Deputy Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham,
Yes.
Counselor D'Amato,
Yes.
Counselor Lockman.
Yes.
Counselor Toller,
Yes.
Counselor Williams,
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville.
Yes, thank you. Deputy Mayor, would you please do pending bond ordinance 0-25-38?
Sure. Pending ordinance O-25-38, bond ordinance providing for various capital improvements to Clary Anderson Arena by Township of Montclair, Clary Anderson Arena Utility. appropriating the aggregate amount of $1 million therefore, and authorizing the issuance of $952,000 bonds or notes of the township to finance part of the cost thereof. I so move.
Thank you. Are there members of the audience who wish to come forward and speak on this pending ordinance? Please come now. Seeing none, members of the council, do any of you wish to be heard on pending ordinance 0-2538? Madam Clerk, please do the roll call.
Deputy Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham?
Yes.
Counselor D'Amato?
Yes.
Counselor Lockman? Yes. Counselor Toller?
Yes.
Counselor Williams?
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville?
Yes, thank you very much. At this point in time, we're going to move into new business ordinances. New business says we don't take public comment during this component. The council will have an opportunity to offer their opinion. Councilor Lockman, will you please read new business ordinance 327, ordinance, well, 327-9-.1. Sorry, I was reading
Okay.
some of that, your part, sorry.
We can do it together.
Okay.
Okay, this is an ordinance to amend Section 327, Vehicles and Traffic, of the Code of the Township of Montclair, New Jersey. It's basically having multi-way stop intersections at Harrison Avenue and Porter Place.
Amen, I second that. Council?
No, I don't want to. I don't want to belabor the point. I think most of the stop signs that are being put up are a good thing. I like the love that we're getting in the third ward, because this is in the third ward. And as I was standing with my kids the other day waiting for the school bus, I noticed that people are stopping at gates in Harrison, but then as soon as they get past, they go 40 miles an hour or more when they're going north on Harrison. So this will cause them to stop when they
Yes.
get to the next corner. So happy about this.
Excellent. Okay, Madam Clerk, please.
Deputy Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham?
Yes.
Counselor D'Amato?
Yes.
Counselor Lockman?
Yes.
Counselor Toller?
Yes.
Counselor Williams?
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville?
Yes, thank you. Councilor Birmingham, will you please do new business ordinance E, please?
Yes, this is an ordinance of the Township of Montclair in the County of Essex, amending the Township Code, Chapter 136, and establishing a credit card transaction service fee for all Township of Montclair credit card transactions. And I so move.
Second. Discussions, council members? Councilor Toller, please.
Thank you. For the people at home, one of the whereas paragraphs says that this ordinance is to establish a 3.5% convenience credit card fee. Because it's not listed in the beginning of the paragraph, I just wanted people to understand the amount or the percentage that's
Thank
listed
you.
here.
Thank
No
you,
problem.
Counselor Toller.
Mayor?
Yes, Deputy Mayor?
Also, just for the benefit of the public, this is, for the process, to cover the processing fees that are incurred by the township. It will only, the way the ordinance is drafted, it would only apply to credit card, debit card, or similar electronic payment methods. It would not be applied to payments that are made by cash, check, electronic fund transfers, ACH, or money orders. So I just wanted to make that clear.
Thank you. Anyone else have any points they'd like to make clear or discussion? Councilor D'Amato? No? Okay, Deputy Mayor?
I just want to make sure that if this does get passed, that it's going to be communicated well to the public.
Madam Clerk, please.
Deputy Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham?
Yes.
Counselor D'Amato?
Yes.
Counselor Lockman?
Yes.
Counselor Toller?
Yes.
Counselor Williams?
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville?
Yes, thank you. Now we're going to move into new business resolutions. Council, unless you have any objection, please, I would like to go to resolution designating the Township of Montclair as a B City USA affiliate number 28. Does anyone have a copy of that and wish to read any more about that? I don't have the paper copy. Do you want to read it? I'm good. Number 28. This is the resolution designating the Township of Montclair as a B City USA affiliate. Any discussion? Madam Clerk?
I think we're all.
Move it in a second, Mayor, please.
I will second. Oh, I will.
Okay.
I'll second.
Okay. So Counselor Birmingham is the movement and Mayor Baskerville is the second.
Yeah.
All right, roll call. Deputy Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham?
Yes.
Counselor D'Amato?
Yes.
Counselor Lockman?
Yes.
Counselor Toller? Absent. Thank you. Counselor Williams?
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville?
Yes, thank you very much. Okay, now we're going to go to the new business resolutions, starting at number 1. I think that is Counselor D'Amato, please.
Number 1, a resolution awarding contract to GT Mid-Atlantic for one case 580 SN loader backhoe, four-wheel drive, the Department of Utilities in accordance with the Sourcewell Cooperative Contract 011723-CNH, and I so move.
Second, you know what? How about we do this as a consent agenda? I would love to have that happen with the permission of our manager. Would you be so kind?
Okay. Ready?
Thank you.
Can I just ask
Yes,
as a point
suggestion,
of?
yes.
Should we ask, if we have any questions, do we ask them?
Yes,
right
while
after
he's
you-
doing
okay,
them.
while
I
you're
think
introducing-
so. I think that'll be terrific. We're going to ask them as we go. Does anybody have anything that they want to pull? But you do have permission to ask a question when we get there. Yeah, let's wait for Counselor Toller. Let's take a 3-minute break. Everybody stretch your legs, and then we'll take a 3-minute break. I move that. Is there a second for that? I second. Thank you.
through traffic coming through? I mean, that's just...
Thank you so much. Okay, now we're going to move on to new business resolutions, and we're at number 1. Who was that?
Can we do
Was
one?
that you, Councilor D'Amato, please?
Yeah, oh, no, we're going to do...
We're going to do manager. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you so much, manager.
So item number 2 is a resolution awarding a fair and open contract to Conquest Construction Inc. for the 2025 Grove Street Valve Installation and Distribution System Improvements Project, which was bid number 25-19. Any questions?
I so move.
Okay. We're not
No, we're going to do
doing that.
consent.
Okay.
Unless there's questions, we're
Okay.
going to do consent. Yes, Councilor Lockman?
Mr. Marks, I did ask you why there's such a big spread in the quotes that we got.
I would defer to Michael Primavera on why he thinks there's a large, oh, I mean, it wasn't that, it was
Yeah.
between like 1.1 and
1.8 was the
Yeah.
big highest. I don't know. It just, maybe there's no,
It's-
it's just what it is. I don't know.
Depending upon, there's sometimes contractors have materials from previous jobs that they apply, they, like penny items that they apply to a contract. And they sharpen their pencils,
Yeah.
so.
All right.
The other thing too is some contractors put more value on working on county roads. A lot of this work is happening on county roads. They have more restrictions in terms of restoration.
Microphone's not on.
Green light, oh, there it is. So that could be the cost increase too. And like you said, it's honestly contractor to contractor, they price things completely differently. So
Yeah.
it's kind of how they see the value of the job is what they're gonna put.
Okay. Thank you.
Can I ask just
Yes.
one question?
Councilor
And this-
Birmingham,
Thank
please.
you, Mayor, thank you. Where it says at the bottom, the total amount of this contract shall not exceed 1 million, subject to the appropriation of sufficient funds in the year 2025 temporary adopted municipal budget. This is coming out of the water utility, right?
Correct.
Yes.
Okay. Does it say that anywhere on this?
The
resolution?
account numbers. So the account numbers are directly from our budget line.
Got it. Okay, thank you. Thank you.
I just have one more question. So
Yes.
you have to tear up the paving to do this?
Absolutely.
So do you coordinate with PSE&G so that if they're,
Right.
We
and
try to. PSE&G is very difficult to coordinate with. We also attempt to coordinate with DCS and the county. The problem we have is with the paving schedule that DCS does versus our needs, right? So we rate water mains in-house. What we rate them on is poor fire flow, the number of times they've broken, among many other things, right? So what we're trying to do is eliminate the most impact to the public first. So if they don't fall on the roads that are being paved, to us, that comes first over meeting the paving schedule. You know, we don't want the fire department to pull up, open two fire hydrants, and they have no flow because the
Sure,
volume's
yeah.
too choked off. It's really,
But it's certainly something you consider, I guess.
we do, we try to. You know, our next project, you'll see, we're hoping to go out to bid in December for our next water main project, is Upper Mountain Ave. I know DCS received some sort of grant to redo that. So we know, we want to do that in 2 years, but now we're bumping that up so we can put the water main in and they can come behind and pave it.
All right, great, thank you.
Yes, thank you.
So, I recall one of these projects that the map, that you had a big surprise because the map was wrong. Is that correct? Was that here, or was that?
That was the sewer lining project. That was
That was
working
right.
with a new engineering firm who didn't understand what we were looking for.
Okay, so but we think that the map here is good and that.
Yeah, everything here is
There's not
good.
going to be any surprise. Okay.
No.
fine. All right.
Thank you very much.
No problem.
Manager?
Item number 3 is a resolution requesting approval of items of revenue appropriations pursuant to N.J.S.A. 40A:4-87 Partners for Health Lifelong Montclair Grant.
Mayor,
Deputy?
I just confirmed with Judy Hurley that this is for, it's a $50,000 grant that was supposed to be used for the, to initiate a community outreach program, a network of volunteers. So,
Item number 4 is a resolution authorizing execution of a fair and open contract with Environmental Renewal LLC for township leaf removal services, which was bid number 24-17. Item number 5 is a
Sorry.
Oops, I'm sorry, I gave him the go-ahead. I didn't know anybody else was, yes.
I think there's a typo on the memo. Is that what you were going to say?
Yeah, there's a 300,000 in one spot and 150 in the other, and we
that
talked
is a
about that,
big
and I
typo.
believe the $300,000 is correct.
Okay, thank
It
you.
was the memo, so I think you're looking at an older copy of the memo. The memo was updated with the correct.
Okay,
I'm just
looking at the annual not to exceed amount. It says not to exceed $300,000, but I thought it was $150,000.
It's 300.
Is it 300 or?
Mine says $300,000.
Oh,
Got to look
Yeah.
at the new one, yeah.
okay, maybe I didn't get, did I get that?
Sorry, where is the new, because the resolution says, the memo says something different than the resolution.
Okay.
I thought you were going to
Is
correct
Austin-
that. No, I had.
Oh, Austin is here, so.
I don't see.
Number one in the bottom, it says years in the amount not to exceed 150 on the bottom of the page, the beginning page, and then the top of page, the bottom of the next, what is this, 19, it says not to exceed 300,000.
So, yes, apologize. The 150 is our projected 100, is 15,000 cubic yards.
Okay.
It depends on how many leaves fall, right? So we can do it with the 150. And we think that will be a sufficient number. That is the closest we can get. Initially, we had requested the 300. To be honest, it's either one is fine with us. So, I mean, the 150 should be sufficient. All right?
So should we?
150 is fine, yes.
You may not want,
So we're going to
Thank you.
change this?
you may want to stay there,
Go
Austin.
through
The memo.
Oh,
Okay.
Okay, gotcha, yeah. Okay, 150 is good.
Next
I
item.
like that.
Yeah.
Now we can go with the head nod.
Item number 5 is a resolution authorizing the purchase of 2 pickup trucks for Department of Community Services through Bergen County Cooperative Purchasing and New Jersey State contracts.
Hello.
Counselor Toller?
Yes. We getting more trucks?
Yes.
How many trucks you need?
Many. Much of our fleet is older. So we are also looking into the possibility, I'm working with Norma Tassi to look at a possibility of moving to enterprise fleet services for leasing opportunities. But that's a little bit down the road. This is something Manager Marks has put us onto. We're still gathering the information for that, but these are replacing trucks that have reached the end of their useful life.
Okay, thank you for the clarification.
You're welcome.
Anyone else?
Next. Item number 6 is a resolution authorizing renewal of a fair and open contract to Montclair Motorwerks, Inc. for Township Fire Department Maintenance of Vehicles, which was bid number 23-13.
You have something?
I'm just wondering if
Deputy
anybody's
Chief
here from
Lisa
the fire
was outside.
department.
Oh, there's Chief.
Chief? Hey.
Yes.
Thank you for being here.
All right, thanks.
Counselor
So-
Toller?
Thank you. This contract, this memo that you prepared is for 2 years. Do you think, you said you're repairing, this is for the repair of the fire trucks, for parts and,
No, this is just for not fire trucks. This is for just regular cars and SUVs, not actual fire apparatus.
oh, okay, because I was going to say that's a little bit low if it was a truck, but you're talking about the red pickup SUV.
Yeah, pickup trucks,
and
SUVs, cars,
the
things like
fire,
that. Yep.
Inspector uses
Just the
the
regular
vehicle.
passenger type vehicles, not actual fire apparatus.
Okay.
That's what this contract is for.
All right, I just wanted clarification. Thank you.
Thank you.
Item number 7 is a resolution for the placement of a municipal lien in the amount of $2,078.40 on the property located at 6 Park Terrace and known on the township tax map as Block 2805, Lot 26.
Counselor Williams?
I was trying to find this address on Google Maps, and is there a name ahead of this? Is it like 6 Mountainside or something like that?
I would defer
it's
to-
not. It's not that. It's not that relevant. Okay.
It's just 6 Park
Okay.
Terrace. Yes, Counselor Birmingham?
Can you just take 2 minutes to explain what this is to the public?
So there are 3 items on the agenda with 3 different addresses: 6 Park Terrace, 7 Ramsey Road, 7 Carlton Drive, where for various reasons the properties have fallen into disrepair. Generally, we get complaints from the neighbors about property maintenance complaints that go to the Division of Code Enforcement. The town will issue summonses or notices of violation if the maintenance complaints have not been abated. Then after a period of time, the town actually steps in, will hire a contractor to mow the grass, trim the weeds, maintain. There was one, I think 7 Ramsey, actually maintain or like fix a portion of the facade of the home. The cost of the hiring the contractor is then transferred to a lien on the property. So the town will eventually, when the property, either when somebody remits the lien or when the property is sold, the town will get its investment back.
Mayor?
Yes.
Okay, so it's number, I'm sorry to skip ahead, it's agenda item 7, 9, and 10, right? And only one of these is a vacant property, I believe. Oh, 2? Okay.
7 Ramsey.
Anyone else? Manager?
So item number 8 is a resolution authorizing cancellation of a contract for renovation of 911 dispatch center at police headquarters pursuant to N.J.S.A 40A:11-13.2C, which was bid number 25-08, which was also covered under resolution R-25-160. Item number 9 is a resolution for the placement of a municipal lien in the amount of $5,105.60 on the property located at 7 Ramsey Road and known on the township tax map as Block 101, Lot 4.
May I?
Yes, Counselor Toller.
Thank you. It's just not really pertaining to this because I just wanted to bring up Oxford Street. If we can get something in place like this for Oxford in the very near future, that would be great.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, what's going on with Oxford Street?
There's a home that's been under construction
Yes.
For a long, long time,
Yeah.
and the residents have some concerns.
Right.
They're worried about their property values.
Right.
They're worried about the dust and asbestos flying, things of that nature. Mr. Marks, our attorney, Mr. Scantleberry, they're all aware, and we're trying to figure out what it is that we can do as a municipal government to address residents of Oxford.
Yeah, I
At
know.
that particular house number.
Yeah, I'm very familiar with the house, and I've talked to the neighbors as well. and Yeah, it'd be
We gotta be
interesting
able
to
to
know.
do something.
So what are you suggesting to do for them on Oxford now?
I've reached out to our attorney to see if there was something that we can do, maybe create a new ordinance. But it's going to be some work with the construction and permit department as well, because their permits are still there. They've had this house unfinished for over 7 years, and the residents have had enough.
Yeah, I agree, and also their taxes are lower
Correct.
than they probably should be if this house were
Correct.
fixed, so,
And that family's living in their garage.
yeah, and that, I believe, they don't have a C of O either for that.
That's correct.
Yeah.
So we need to,
Then are you suggesting a municipal lien on here? or-
something. We have to.
Okay,
Yeah.
but
We have
that's
to do
what I was
something.
just
No, I
trying to
wasn't
get the
saying so much a
correlation
municipal lien.
between the
I'm just saying
Oxford
that I
and
see
this.
that this address and there's some attention given to it.
Okay.
I know that I've been advocating for Oxford Street for a couple of months now.
Right.
And I just wanted to put it on record again that I'm advocating for Oxford Street, those residents there, and we need to figure out what we need to do to help those residents.
Okay.
I just want to say that, a similar situation existed across the street from me on Walnut Crescent, and the town investigated it and found that there's nothing they could do. The house was not worked on, it was boarded up, the lawn was mowed as it should have been, and that was the only thing they said they could enforce. They can't do
Right.
anything else.
Well, my
So I don't know
understanding-
about this
Yeah, well,
house,
my
yeah.
understanding from the residents on
Yeah.
that block, that the township entered into some sort of agreement with the residents. The past council did, and we're
Oh.
trying to investigate what that agreement was.
Okay, and I think it's worth having look into, perhaps the Human Services can add that to their agenda and discuss that, because when people say there's nothing we can do, sometimes it just means that with the laws as they are today, there's nothing we can do, and sometimes if we put our heads together, we may be able to think of something that might be able to help.
Yeah, actually, we've talked about it a little bit at the planning board, where you
Yeah.
might have a building that's started.
Yes.
And
Forever.
it's not been done, and we've asked,
Yeah.
there's nothing that can be done, but I think it's worth, going through
Absolutely.
this all again and finding out, maybe
Yep.
there's something we can figure out. Our expert attorney here might be able to find out something, but yeah,
Excellent.
it's certainly a drag, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So item number 10 is, thank you, resolution for the placement of a municipal lien in the amount of $1,615.30 on the property located at 7 Carlton Drive and known on the township tax map as Block 4108, Lot 4.
Yes, thank you.
Item number 11 is a resolution appointing an administrative agent for the administration of the affordable housing units in the Township of Montclair.
May I?
Yes, Counselor Toller?
This question is for Mr. Marks. I'm just wondering, do we need to table this based on the email that I shared with you the other day, or are we okay to approve this?
I am okay. I would defer to Janice Talley on what this is, what it does. I don't think it really, we had received correspondence that I would defer to the township attorney on,
Last night they asked us about.
but
Not everybody here is privileged to that. Did you want to share so that the...
Oh, sure. I'm
Okay.
sorry, Mr. Marks. I thought maybe you had discussed it with the full council in executive session before I arrived.
no, we did not.
Okay, so would you like
So
for me to discuss it?
perhaps
or
in
do you
executive
wanna-
session
Okay.
immediately following
All right.
this.
So again, should we table this, or just
I would
until
defer
we do
to
that?
Director Talley.
Planner Tally, thank you for being with us.
Yes, we do have an administrative agent that is administering our affordable housing program. As if you read the memo, we did issue an RFP twice, did not receive a single response, even though we reached out directly to the organizations that represent affordable housing professionals of New Jersey. Following that, we were able to directly approach 2 firms in northern New Jersey that do this for this is all they do, is serve as administrative agents, and got 2 proposals through direct solicitation, and was able to, at that point, we selected Acuity Consulting Services to provide us with the services we needed. They are licensed, they are accredited in terms of doing all the training that's required by the state to serve as administrative agents. So we can ensure that our waiting list and our affordable housing units are being appropriately managed. Our ordinance requires that the Township Council officially appoint an administrative agent. So what this resolution is requesting is that the administrative agent who's acting in that capacity right now be officially appointed by this council for whatever term you deem appropriate. Normally, it's only done once, and if there's a problem, then we go to another administrative agent.
Right. Thank you for that clarification, and I was aware, but the reason I asked the question if we should table this, because the memo that you submitted from August 25, 2025, it talks about the number of affordable units, et cetera, and what we need to discuss in executive. So I just want to make sure it's not going to be any play on the number of units here. We should just go ahead and hire the person?
The number of
Just
units
double-checking.
changes. Whatever
Okay.
affordable units are created during the course of their position, their service as administrative agent, they manage them.
Okay.
So if we create, between now and the end of the year, if we create new affordable units through development projects or various other initiatives, it falls under their role
to manage them, and they manage our waiting list.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Counselor Birmingham?
No, I just wanted to make sure Counselor Toller was.
Well, I'm not certain because I'm not an attorney. You did receive the document.
We reviewed it. It essentially ratifies the selection of the.
Till executive session?
Right, I'm just wondering if we should table this until we go into executive session and Mr. Mark shares what he needs to share. I'm not certain if appointing someone is what we need to do at this point in time, based on the document that I emailed to you and Mr. Marks.
We have to do it now, tonight?
I don't know.
We did you want to pull it?
Hold on, 1 second. One question. So, Mr. Chintevsky, can we actually discuss that in executive session? Because I don't think that that's on the resolution.
I don't think they're interrelated, quite
Yeah.
honestly. I think one has to do with potential, with an actual legal matter that's been filed. I don't know that this particular appointment and ratification of the selection of the agency has anything to do with each other.
Okay, I'm not sure.
my
That's why I was
opinion of it.
asking.
As far as whether or not we can proceed, I'm of the opinion that we can proceed on
Okay.
this actual appointment or ratification of it. The issue that we need to discuss later is a legal matter that's separate entirely from
Okay.
this. That's the way I view it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? No? Okay. Manager, please.
Item number 12 is a resolution authorizing emergency purchase pursuant to N.J.S.A 40A:11-6 to repair the air conditioning system at fire headquarters located at 1 Pine Street.
Just a quick question. How, do we, in our buildings, do we have any sort of periodic inspection of heating and HVAC systems, just in general? I don't know if this is specific for the fire department.
In reading the administrative code, the police department and the fire department are responsible for the maintenance of their facilities respectively. That wouldn't fall under DCS?
Yeah, so I don't have an answer for the whole township, but the fire department does maintain they're on that regular annual service, they get maintained and whatnot. These systems are just old, they're original to the building. They failed and need to be replaced, immediately. It was right prior to the election, so the emergency declaration happens immediately. You get all the work done, and then kind of all the paperwork comes afterwards because it needed to happen immediately. So it was right before the election, there was no AC in the building. So you're going to have election workers in there and, older people coming to vote and whatnot. So we just had to get it fixed immediately. That's it.
Thank you, Chief.
Item number 13 is a resolution authorizing the execution of a medical direction agreement between the Township of Montclair and Robert Wood Johnson Health Network, Inc. to participate in medical direction services.
Can I ask a question, which is, can you explain what this is and why we have to have a resolution?
The chief
Does
can.
it involve money?
They're going to become EMTs. That's pretty
So,
awesome.
do you want to talk
Yeah, I would
about
say it
that?
has to do with an execution of a contract. I recommended that a resolution be put forward so that it's formalized. There was debate on whether or not we needed a resolution, but I wanted to err on the side of transparency.
Yeah.
Have we had a previous contract along the same lines?
No.
Either with them or anybody else?
No.
So this is a new
Yes.
thing?
Service, right.
Yeah, I think
Okay.
it's awesome.
Yeah,
So
this is
can
great.
I ask, this is emergency medical responder training, so this is separate from EMT?
Correct.
Yes. And the police also have this training, from what I understand?
Okay.
Okay,
I'm not sure
that's-
what level
okay.
they're trained to, because you can actually run it's not so governed, right? We call it EMR because that's what we are certified to, emergency medical responder. There are, the state does not actually govern or set requirements for police or fire departments. They're going to do EMR type programs, right? Where you can respond on medical calls and provide a service commensurate with your level of training, right? The state does not govern that. If we were to become EMTs and ride an ambulance, there's a lot of regulations at that point in time, and there would be a cost to having medical direction. Medical direction would be required at that point in time. Even for us right now, medical direction is not required. This is not something that we have to do. We could literally just have the EMR program and have no medical direction whatsoever and just provide service commensurate with our training level. But we met with
Robert Wood Johnson, which is not the one down in Central Jersey. This is the one out of Claremont.
Yeah.
So they have a whole team. They're going to provide service, training, guidelines, the whole nine. Just overseeing the whole program in general, making sure that whatever service we provide is governed by, medical professionals, and that's what it is. And it's free for regular EMR type service.
Excellent.
And-
Yes, Counselor Williams?
And when would you provide these services? I mean, would 911 dispatch send you out instead of send EMS?
Well, we're not, nothing is changing in terms of one service is being redacted and something's coming in kind of thing. That's not what's happening. It's just an augmentation of services. So the fire department would be added to the list of responders that were able to respond to a medical call.
Nice.
And you would,
Yes. I got you.
you would respond to the call in a fire apparatus?
Yes.
Yeah,
Counselor Lockman?
I have a question.
So, yeah,
No,
I'm
go
just,
ahead. I'll let her go first.
oh, I'm sorry. I'm just trying to understand, we have an ambulance company here that has great response times, that have trained professionals, that are paid professionals, they're not volunteers, and they are, medical people. What's the relationship between what you would be doing as firemen versus what the medical staff of the Montclair Ambulance Unit would be doing?
It's just an augmentation. They are trained to a higher degree than we
Yeah.
would be. We are not EMTs, we are EMRs. But we can get to a scene, assess a patient, take blood pressure, the whole nine.
That's right.
If we were there before the ambulance unit, we would now pass that, for lack of a term, chart over to the ambulance unit. So it would make that process a little quicker, because now you know the person, the age, the medications, all that kind of stuff you get in that first contact. That would be more seamless. But as well, like, the ambulance unit could be on another call, and someone has to wait for a mutual aid ambulance to get there. So we would now be there, starting that care, sooner. We also have people, there's a lot of fire calls that happen that people just show up to the firehouse.
Yep.
They just show up. They
That's
don't
right,
even
they
call
do.
911. They think that we have the ability to provide that service, and we don't. So the training is pretty much almost complete. We're through the third round already. And this is the next phase, just kind of, I said we don't need to do the medical director. It doesn't cost anything, so it's not hurting. And now we're under, medical professional team for Robert Wood Johnson that will direct the program and whatnot, tell us what are the best practices, what we should be doing, shouldn't be doing. They're going to give us additional training and whatnot. And there are certain requirements. If you go respond to a certain call, they want to see that report and review it and see what you did and make sure that everything is the way it's supposed to be.
So, just to follow up, do they coordinate with the Montclair Ambulance Unit, or are you
The
two
medical
separate
direction-
silos? Yeah.
Well, the medical direction is a silo, if you will.
It is.
They choose their own medical director, whoever that person is, and we choose ours. We have had meetings with them for, this program started essentially like a year ago when we started doing this. Just getting all the data, the information, kind of figuring out how to work it, because you want to make sure it's done, the correct way. But we've had meetings with the MAU. They know that Robert Wood Johnson is the one that we'll be choosing. We spoke to him about it, make sure that you have any reservations about this group. Do you think we should go to somebody else?
No, so you are coordinating?
Oh,
with
yeah.
them. Okay, that's
The
just my question.
MAU trained all our members in EMR.
Yeah,
So
okay.
we're, it's not something, we're not trying to take anything from them. It's just an augmentation. We work very well with them.
Mm-hmm.
I do see this as a, huge benefit to the residents of Montclair.
Yeah,
Thank you.
absolutely. I agree with you, and I'd like to thank you so much for having the foresight to, bring this to Montclair. I think the augmentation on this level, there's no downside, and I appreciate what you're doing here.
May I?
Thank you.
Yes.
I just-
I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Counselor Toller, and then
Yep.
I'm sorry, Deputy.
Thank you. So I'm just curious, because East Orange Fire Department, they have not EMTs, are they EMRs as well? They have a fire rescue squad, and they are the ones on the scene first, because they're doing CPR and assessing patients, things of that nature. Is this level of what you're speaking of to bring?
It's a similar level. They don't transport either.
Right.
Most fire departments have some level of EMR type service. Some do the whole, they are EMTs and they do the ambulance and everything. But most fire departments have some at least EMR level service. And as I said, the state doesn't regulate it. So we are trying to go above and beyond and get certified to that EMR level. There are fire departments that all they have are just individual certifications of, say, CPR, basic first aid, oxygen administration. So you can go on medical calls just with that basic level of training and essentially be in the EMR program. But we didn't want to do just that. We wanted to go above and beyond, get everyone certified to an EMR level, which is higher than those just basics level, have medical direction, and to make sure the program is done the right way.
Well, thank you for wanting to bring this to the township. I think it's a great idea. You guys are first responders. What I see is if we go to September 11th in New York, the first people on the scene were firefighters. So it's important that you guys are trying to do this. I just wanted to say thank you.
We have
Appreciate it.
Deputy
Thank you.
Mayor Shin Anderson and then Councilor Birmingham.
Chief Duncan, thank you for responding to my email. I just have one other question. So just to clarify, would the patient be billed twice if both the fire department and the MAU came to respond and provided services?
No.
Okay. So who would get?
We're not billing, so I mean, it's
I was
just.
going to say there's no billing.
Well, okay, I just wanted to ask the question. Yeah.
The MAU would continue to bill, however they bill, but, it's not something that we're billing for. It's just an extra service that we're providing.
Okay.
Thank you. And I'm just trying to figure out, and maybe this can be a conversation in the Human Services Committee, because I'm just trying to figure out, we already have police responding to almost all medical, anytime an ambulance is called, the police get there often first, and then the ambulance. We know that a fire engine is a very expensive piece of equipment. We just spent $1 million on it, and I think it gets like 3 miles per gallon of diesel fuel. I completely understand. I respect this training, so that if you show up if you're there at a fire first and someone has overdosed, you want to be able to give Narcan, you want to be able to defibrillate. I completely understand that. I understand if you're flagged down, someone comes to the firehouse, I get it. What I'm struggling with a little bit is when you will be dispatched, because again, we have an ambulance, we have police that are going out.
I can answer that call for you. We're not riding on every call. if
Okay,
that's what your question. So we're not, we're only would be riding on more life-threatening type calls. So if someone needed CPR. So now that time is truly of the essence. So the first people to get there could actually potentially save this individual's life. There are instances where we've had more than one where right on the train platform, right next to the firehouse, someone goes down, unresponsive, and we're not called. We don't know anything about it. You know, you see the ambulance show up and the police show up, we're right there, just walk right over. We don't even take the apparatus out of the building, just run over there with the bag and start CPR, do whatever, you know, so we're having these situations that do happen, and we're looking to, you know, fill that gap.
Okay, so then maybe we can keep track, we'd be able in our Human Services Committee to see who's responding to what calls and what, you know, when you're going. Because my last question is, do you keep your turnout gear on a truck? Because like when you're responding to a medical issue, what happens to the fire response? Like, is all your turnout gear
The
kept
turnout
on the
gear
truck?
goes with you everywhere.
Okay,
yeah.
so that goes with you everywhere. And so you don't, okay, so you wouldn't anticipate that there would be delay?
No.
Okay, okay.
One last one. Has this activity already in any way changed your number of calls, do you think?
No.
No.
It hasn't started yet.
Okay.
So.
Because from what I recall, the number of calls did go up significantly in something that I saw in, I guess, in the monthly report.
Okay.
So I was just wondering, would you expect it to go up?
Well, I'm sure the calls would go up.
Do you have any
it
estimate?
wouldn't be one of these things where, as I said, we wouldn't be going
Right.
on every single bump and bruise that, say, the ambulance unit might be going on. We would be just going more of those life-threatening calls, and there just aren't as many of those normally.
Okay.
All right. I'm confused. We have a lot of questions about not spending any money, and you're not spending a penny. You're asking for us to approve a resolution for firefighters to get some additional training to help the residents. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, that's all I just want to make sure, because we're not spending a dime. But there's a lot of questions for no money.
Any further discussion on this? Manager, please.
Item number 14 is a resolution rejecting bid proposal received for bid 25-20, second floor ADA bathroom rehabilitation at Montclair Public Library pursuant to N.J.S.A 40A:11-13.2B.
Good.
Item number 15.
Yes, Counselor Toller, I'm sorry.
I see that there's money allocated for this from the Community Development Block Grant Fund.
$50,000, I believe.
Okay.
Wow, they
And
got a
I'm
hefty
trying to
bid.
understand, is this the meeting that I had with Ms. Talley and residents, this funding, or is this from 2023? Because I don't recall us allocating money to make an improvement at the library bathroom again. Because the library's bathroom, Community Development Block Grant money was used a few years ago. So I'm just trying to understand if this is 2023 Community Development Block Grant money or the 2024 Community Development Block Grant money.
It's 2024, not
Okay, so
2025. It was
how
done,
did this get here, Ms. Talley? Because we had a conversation, we had community meetings,
this was
and we
prior,
allocated some money to
this
things.
was approved prior to you
That's
becoming
why I
a,
asked if it was 2023 decision or 2024.
it's program year 2024. That's, okay. CDBG program year 2024, which was allocated in December of 2023.
Okay, very good. Thank you. That's all I needed to know.
Was this one of the townships, one of the towns?
Yes, it's making the bathrooms ADA accessible.
Okay, but that
Okay.
was one of ours, it wasn't?
Yes,
Okay.
it's our project.
I understand it completely. Thank you. Manager.
Item number 15 is a resolution authorizing the sale of surplus vehicles and equipment through online public auction GovDeals, Inc. pursuant to Passaic County Cooperative Purchasing Contract RFP-21-001.
Anyone? Counselor Lockman?
It's, I just wanted to ask about what the official newspaper. Have we reverted now to having our not our ordinances, our public notices on our website? And if not, when will we? So that we're not paying Star Ledger for anything.
The official newspapers through December of this year remain the same.
Yep.
All municipalities are awaiting further direction from the Secretary of State. So hopefully over the next 6 weeks or so, the state will have everything in place, which will allow the municipalities to start advertising on our website.
And are we preparing for that, our website being changed to be able to do that?
Yes.
Because that should be a big money saver for us, I would imagine. With
Yes,
all the
because-
public notices we have for like planning board meetings, for
Planning board,
council meetings, for.
As well as the purchasing office.
Yeah, the
Those are the
purchasing-
three offices
Yeah.
that do a lot of
Yeah.
advertising.
Yeah, so we should have some significant savings, I would imagine.
I agree.
Yeah, okay.
Good point. Manager, please.
Item number 16 is resolution amending the fair and open contract of Hatfield Schwartz Law to serve as special counsel for labor and employment attorneys for calendar year 2025.
Discussion? No?
Item number 17 is a resolution reappointing Joseph C. Angelo Esquire as municipal court judge. Item number 18 is resolution providing for pension contribution for health officer.
May I?
Yes, Counselor Tola?
So this will be for public information, and the employee's name is on here, and we don't foresee any problems down the road, past employees coming to request the same thing.
This was discussed with outside labor counsel. They thought in terms of fairness and equity, it was appropriate to provide. I can't say whether anybody in the future or anybody in the past, will feel aggrieved and, not come. This is specific to this particular employee.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Manager?
Item number 19 is resolution revising terminal leave benefit for the police department's superior officers, including the chief and deputy chief. Item number 20 is resolution establishing an agenda committee.
Deputy?
Yes, I had, was going to make a motion to withdraw this.
Withdraw.
Oh, okay. Why are we withdrawing this, please?
Withdrawing because the following agenda item incorporates that information.
And where is that, the 21? Because I don't even have that in my packet. I've
I'm
got.
sorry, I have a question for the
Yes.
previous
Do you
one.
have the copy of
So
21?
does
'Cause
this-
I didn't get it. Was it in?
This effectively apply
Is it
to
in our
all,
seat?
to the, in the future
Okay, let me just keep
superior
looking.
officers?
No, so the New Jersey pension and health law from like 2010 prohibits anyone hired after a date certain. I think it was after 2010 from getting anything more than $15,000 in terminal leave. So the chief and the deputy chief were part of the collective, the superior officers collective bargaining unit
Right.
before they became chief and deputy chief respectively. So they were, as part of that bargaining unit, they were eligible for that benefit.
But only until the point that they reached superior officers.
That's my understanding.
Right, so they were promoted, and then they got a pay cut, basically.
Yes.
Yes. But this will go away when they go to Florida.
For anybody who was hired after that
Okay.
date certain in 2010,
Understood.
they would no longer be eligible for that benefit.
Ah, praise the Lord. Okay, thank you.
There was a motion to withdraw item 20. Was there a second, and is a second needed, or no?
Second?
Okay. So, sorry.
Mayor, did you want to do the consent agenda on those, or did we want to?
We were going to finish them, aren't we? We're not?
No.
Okay, so what are we doing with we are up to the 21, correct?
Yes, which I imagine, given the interest of the public,
Mm-hmm.
we should probably unpack a little bit. So maybe if I can suggest that we vote as to make the previous 19 of those.
Okay, but I'm just trying to find out why. I thought we were going to do this by consent agenda, so why are we stopping at 21? Well, we've been discussing almost everyone, so I don't get why we need to do anything else. We've been discussing as we go. So we're up to 21?
Yes, we withdrew
21.
number 20.
Okay, so we're at 21. We've been discussing along the way, so. You don't think what? I'm just trying to figure out why. What's,
Okay, it's okay.
No, I think you have two counselors now that have asked to. You have two counselors now that have asked for permission to move 20 and everything else off the consent agenda so that we can discuss everything else.
right, and then you have one mayor that doesn't understand why, and you guys aren't really giving me anything. And furthermore, I keep saying, please, if there are things that you want to do to the agenda, whether it's somebody's going to do a proclamation, all you have to do is before the meeting say, I'm going to do proclamation so-and-so or whatever. And now we're saying this. If we want to change something or whatever, I just like to know in advance because I need to know why we're doing something. So I think communication, and we've talked about this at all of our meetings, we just have to keep working on our communication. Because I'm not really understanding why. We have allowed everyone to go through each one of these. We've stopped and we've discussed, so it's really not a consent agenda. And so now I don't understand why we can't just keep going and address them. So
But
I'm
it's-
just asking,
Mayor,
if we're
with
going to do
respect, it
these
was
things,
not a
can you
consent
tell me
agenda to
before
begin
we
with.
get here?
There wasn't a consent agenda to begin with.
Right, but then that was asked for, so we tried to do
Yeah,
that.
and
so-
now I'm asking that we vote on the consent agenda items.
So I'm
so far.
asking that we just go through the rest of them, because I don't know why they're not all consent agendas or none. Why did we do consent for some and then just stop when, I don't understand that.
Because they were, the items, just from my thinking, the
Right.
items 1 to 19 were like mostly manager items. They were items that the manager brought to us, and therefore he was reading through them. So I'm saying we let him read through them by title, and then we discuss some of them, vote on them, and the rest of them are ones that really came from us.
But
So then let's just keep moving, and then we will vote the consent agenda, and then we'll vote the others separately.
that's
We
fine,
can
that's
just
fine, too.
keep going, and then we will vote the consent agenda up to 20, and then we can vote the rest now. I mean, I don't understand what difference it makes. We're going to vote on them tonight, or we're going to pull them, as some people have suggested, or we already did with some other things. So we're up to number 21, so we can discuss these things however they need to be discussed, and then we can come back and vote on the others.
Okay. It's fine.
Number 21. I think there needs to be discussion, so
Did Mr. Marks read it, or no?
Would you like me to?
Oh, it's not his item, okay. Someone like to read it?
Well, it was, it was sponsored initially by a committee of 3, which was Susan, myself, and Renee. And the origin of this is, I guess, trying to move this issue forward. I took the initiative of putting together this resolution, basically wrote the resolution and wrote the guidelines or procedures or protocol. We sat down as a subcommittee, and we, I thought, agreed on what we would present to the council as a draft. So that's what's in here, except I think since that committee first met, Susan, you did make some changes to this. I found a couple of typos, which I changed, and I think that's where it is, and now I think people need to, if they've read it, vote on it, or if they want to discuss it, whatever.
that's not where it is, and I sent back in an email, since that's you all's preference of communication, that I'm not in favor of this, and that is a result of the lack of communication. And I think if there's going to be committees, then we have got to all agree that there will be 3 people, as long as we say there are 3 people in a committee, that will be communicating with one another and working together, because it's really hard if there's 3 people in a committee and it appears that maybe 2 of them are in communication doing things and one isn't. Because if we're working in committees, the idea is that the 2 people that want whatever it is will trump the one person, right? Because two is greater than
Right.
1. And so the more I thought about this in here and the things that I'm really not in favor of, I sent back in the email and just said, I'm not in favor of that. Interesting thing is that nobody reached out to find out why. And again, that's just the way the communication is. And especially when we had the names of individuals here that I don't feel the communication is great with for me, and, you know, I've been working on it, hope everybody else is still working on it, but I don't get why we would set things up for failure or set things up for one person to feel very uncomfortable and left out of a communication if we don't have to. And I'd like for us to find a better way to do whatever meetings we're going to have so that we can all learn to communicate better. And if someone keeps saying they prefer if you just reach out and talk to them or say, hey, we're going to take these off of the agenda tonight or something, so they know, and it's still no communication, I don't think we're where we should be yet to have any types of decisions like this about what we're going to do. We have to improve the communication.
So, Mayor, if I can ask, are there any particular parts of this resolution that you would suggest edits to?
I would like us to keep 3 minutes, and I would like for us to have the communication, the way it is now, I like it. I think that we need to have a public comment where everybody feels welcome and valued, and I don't think that if somebody is, you know, not talking about an agenda item, they should have to wait till the end of the meeting.
It's not, that's been the version that,
Oh, I just got this now, so
Yeah.
I just have the other version.
Oh, okay.
So I'm glad that that's out.
So if I may,
yeah.
so the whole
Well,
purpose.
I was still answering, I'm sorry, what did you say? But I don't need your permission, and that's another example of the poor communication that you would sit there, mumble under your breath to me and give me permission to finish what I'm saying. That's rude and it's disrespectful, and I try not to treat you like that.
May I?
Yes,
When you're-
Councilor Toller.
Yep, thank you. I have several questions. Councilor Hoffman, you said you created this document. Your paragraph about whereas 3 council member subcommittee has been established to review and approve the agenda. I'm just wondering if this subcommittee, will you guys be taking meeting minutes? Will these meetings be open to the public? If it's going to be a committee? The other thing is, it doesn't feel equitable to have a subcommittee for any legislator up here to put something onto an agenda.
Yeah, if I may, just to explain what we've been-
Councilor Lockman?
Oh, I'm sorry, yeah. Like, we've been going around the bend for a year on trying to improve the way we manage our agenda. And it didn't seem to be getting anywhere. So I took the initiative to say, okay, here's a protocol that we could look at.
Right.
Susan, myself, and the mayor met with Mr. Marks. We all looked, and Angelise, I think she was there. And, yeah, you were there at that meeting as well.
At the second meeting, yes, there was one with Mayor Baskerville and then a subsequent meeting.
Oh,
with
I'm sorry. Well, the
you.
first meeting that
First
we
meeting
had
I
was...
wasn't present.
Yeah, thank you, was the
You're
3 of
welcome.
us and Mr. Marks. And the idea was the town would like to have some kind of, protocol for how to do an agenda.
When you say the town, you
The
mean?
town staff,
Okay,
Mr. Marks and the
okay.
staff would like to have some kind of organization about how the meeting is run. So I, based on other things that we had been doing over the past year but never really got off the ground, I put this document together. The 3 of us met with Mr. Marks. I thought we all agreed that this is what would happen, that this would be the protocol, and then kind of out of the blue, it wasn't. So I have
I
had...
shared my feedback via email. I didn't mean to cut you
No,
off.
no. So I feel like my role in this is done.
Okay.
I am not doing any more
So
with
then we need
this.
to add
I
some more
feel
edits.
I think the draft has been given to the council. Maybe people commented. I am not looking at this anymore because I feel like, I don't know why we can't get a protocol for putting together an agenda
Because we
that
can't
would be,
communicate. It's easy.
helpful to
I'll
the
answer your
staff
question.
and
I
to...
don't know why.
Well,
No
part of it says
communication.
that this committee, this subcommittee.
Yep.
You need 2 counselors to put an agenda item on the agenda. Why? That's my question. Why?
May I interject here? And I'll answer your question.
Sure.
So this is.
Deputy Mayor Shannon, it is your turn to speak now.
So this resolution the efforts for this started last year, okay? We were trying to get some structure and some process around how agendas will be drafted and compiled, who's going to be responsible for what, who's going to review them, how, the deadlines for agenda items being submitted, and how these agendas are going to be finalized and shared, disseminated with each other, the staff, and the public. What we have been doing for the last year is not working. I think we all can acknowledge that. And this meeting that happened with the mayor, Councilor Luckman, myself, and Mr. Marks was meant to just put things to paper. Like, I think you remember, I know, Councilor Toller, you had provided comments last fall when the first version of this.
And it was working. I don't mean to cut you off.
No,
I
it
just wanna
wasn't
address
working.
No, what I'm saying as far as getting the agendas to us in a timely fashion. I took the time, because in my day job, guess what I do all day? Prepare agendas.
Okay, so may I
Okay.
finish what I'm saying?
Yeah, I will let you finish in 1
So-
minute, and I
well,
did
I wasn't
submit it.
finished.
I said I will let you finish in 1 minute, because I wanted to address
I was
the
still
last
speaking,
email.
ma'am.
And that's okay, but I wanted to address what you were saying. Okay? That's all.
right, whatever.
That's all. I did submit something, and it worked well for 2 meetings, and then somebody got together and decided this wasn't good enough.
Okay,
Here we are.
so
This is
it
not
wasn't
going to
working.
work.
It wasn't working. Things were missing from the agenda. Things were not communicated well. We weren't getting all of the documents.
That's a manager
So,
issue.
may I finish and without
Go ahead.
interruption,
Go ahead.
please?
Go ahead, sure.
You interrupted, so I guess
ahead.
now you know how I feel when you sit there and interrupt me.
If I may, I think it's the best thing here would just be...
Wait, I'm not finished,
Okay.
please. Okay, so I want to make sure that everybody has the revised version that I emailed on Monday after getting comments in writing from probably about 5 to 6 of you. And so that is the version that I think we need to, review. If we want to carry this over to the 30th, that's fine with me. But I would like everybody, since people did contribute comments, including Councilor Toller, if we could please look at this and get this in place, because I think it would be better for the staff, for the council, and for the public.
So I'm going to have meetings, agenda meetings, as I feel that they are necessary. I would love to work with 2 or 1 or however many other counselors that would like to join me. I would like to have people whose time will allow them to meet, not just after 4 o'clock. I know that time of coming to meetings has been really difficult for some people, especially, any time of day or when I try to call meetings. So if we're going to do this, I think whoever's going to do this should be people that actually have the time to do this, and it'd be good if we could do it before 4 o'clock, so that if we need department heads and other people, they don't have to work after hours, and we can have some flexibility based on, who the people are that we would need to meet, and that can vary. So I don't mind that, and it might change. The council people might, need to rotate. However, they feel fit, but I think that, again, whether we have this going on or not, we all need to start listening to people and communicating better, and don't just be so rigid into my way or the highway and then wondering why nothing is changing. We can change protocols, we can have this draft, we can have another draft, but until people start actually communicating with one another, it's not going to matter what we put on this paper. So, Councilor D'Amato.
Yeah, I just want to say I was really not happy, and I called around and I told people I don't want this and I don't want that, and I wrote up, and some of my dear colleagues here just said, okay, well, what would work, and then we talked through it, and then I wrote a couple of fixes, and they showed up in here, and I'm happy. Like, I'm not happy with everything. I don't like everything. It's like 3 pages. You'll never be happy with everything. But like the thing that I really wanted the most, which I think is going to make the most difference, which is having the agenda visible to the whole council early in the week electronically, instead of showing up on a Friday night in a package, is going to make a world of difference. And I'm just overjoyed by that. I'm very, very happy that this version has remote comment in it, right? There are other things that I don't like, but you don't get everything. And the key is to just put down in writing what your ask is, what you want, and then maybe it'll go in there. I also didn't want this committee, and then I came around to the idea, Mayor, that the mayor and the deputy mayor do have a statutory role in the running of a meeting.
Yeah, but the only time
And so-
the deputy mayor has any role is if the mayor is not there.
That's
So
right, but
So the mayor has a statutory role.
That's right.
And in the mayor's absence, then the person that 6 people voted on to be a deputy mayor would step in. But other than that, there's no statutory anything for a deputy mayor here. And I think we voted on that for 6 weeks, and we have to put that on for a year, I think. So we have to revisit that anyway. But for this, if there's remote comment here, that's something that your committee was discussing with the...
Our committee.
You're not the chair of the communications committee?
No, we actually, I don't
Who's
think.
the chair of that?
We don't. Matt
We don't have a chair?
runs it wonderfully.
Okay, I thought you were the chair. My apologies. But
but
anyway, I
any-
know we were discussing that, and we were going to come back
Okay.
to the council with an opinion.
Okay. Well, we have tried that for a while, but the key is, I think people, maybe we could kick this off and look at it. I see 1 or 2 small changes, like the one that I see that I think really has to go in there is that the proclamations, we say a 2-minute maximum duration. That is, unreasonable. You just see what happens. There's a moment of joy. It lasts more than 2 minutes. We can try to be economical with time. So like, I would suggest that that be excised, and I think I see one or two other things. But otherwise, I asked for changes. I got them. I don't like everything, but I'm not going to be.
Well, I'm glad your changes made it
What?
in. I said I'm glad your changes made it in.
We could give it another try.
Yeah, we're going to have to.
I never saw any suggestions.
We're going to have to. Because again, this isn't equitable that two people will decide who gets what to be put on the agenda.
But that's not what's in there.
Three people.
You're not reading it
So let's just
right.
take out
I
the
am.
names for
I
now,
am.
and let's
I
just
am reading it
put,
right.
leave the names blank then until we figure
And
out
there are
who
no dates
actually
here.
has
Mr. Marks, did you
time
need dates
to do this, and we'll
For cutoff
come.
period, do you need dates? This agenda could be run the way it was done back in 2020. The clerk was here, I'm sure. Did you get any input or feedback from the clerk? This subcommittee here that put this agenda together, did you consult with the clerk to see how to?
So
a
this
good
document
idea.
calls for the clerk, the manager, and the attorney and council people to review the draft agenda of everything that's going to be entered into Granicus, okay, which is the software platform that is used. This is a pretty common practice. I looked at Livingston's ordinance that has similar terms. There are other townships who have either resolutions or ordinances or just written guidelines, and that is what we're trying to do.
My question was, did you consult with the clerk before you drafted this document? That was my question.
She was copied on the emails as well as
Copied
all
or-
7 of us.
Copy and consulted are two
Well,
different
yeah, I mean,
words.
I didn't get
Did
any
you
comments.
solicit feedback from a
She was
person who puts
included,
agendas
and she did
together?
not provide any
Oh,
comments, so.
okay. Did she know she could provide comments? Were you aware that you could supply comments to the document, Madam Clerk?
Some weeks back, it may be more than a month ago, Counselor Lockman did reach out to me and provided me something that looks similar to this document, and I did provide her some feedback, which I believe has been incorporated here.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Okay, so we're going to table this?
So I'd like to make a motion to carry this over to the September 30th meeting.
I second.
All in favor? Opposed? There was a
I heard
second.
Counselor Toller is the
Abstention?
second, sir. I'm sorry, Mayor, I couldn't hear.
No, I was asking, all in favor? Opposed, and then there was an abstention.
Okay.
So,
Okay, I'm
so
sorry.
can I speak?
Yes.
Can I just ask then, because we've heard a lot about remote comment. For the record, I am in favor of remote comment. You mentioned that you want the Communications Committee to make a recommendation. Could we please ask for that by the next meeting?
Yes, and I would like to have had that there. I think that we were having some discussions about the capabilities with the equipment that we have now, and if we would need to get additional equipment, so that all those things. And so I think that now that Mr. Fan is back, there should be no reason that we can't have that conversation, have the information that we need regarding anything else that we need on a technical side, to make sure that if we're going to offer something for the township, that if we're going to offer something in the township, that we are able to do it in a fashion that is appropriate and adequate for them to hear us and us to hear them. So yes, I think that makes a lot of sense. Thank you. I'm sorry,
Mayor,
there was like a
if I could ask-
lantern fly, sorry.
If I could ask Mr. Fan to just ask.
I'm sorry.
Good evening, Mr. Fan. Thank you
Good evening,
for
Mayor and
sticking with
Council.
us. Would you say that we are pretty much, we have the technical capability right now to do remote comment
For dialing in, yes,
for dialing in? Okay.
correct. And then to visually view the people, no.
We're not going to ask for that.
Okay, it's up to basically the guideline, what you want.
Not
from it,
video,
and
no
then-
video
So just
bombing.
audio, yes.
Audio, yes. So we're all,
So it would just
he's been waiting for some months.
Just be a phone call, right?
It will be to either Zoom or WebEx, the online platform, then publish the 800 number, or, I mean, the meetings, and then people can call in, then we will queue it up, and then we will be using a moderator to call up the callers, and then to make their remote comments, and then based on your procedure and guideline, how many minutes they're allowed to speak, and stuff like that.
Yes, Councilor Birmingham.
So thank you, Mr. Fan. So I have seen some towns who have had problems with people calling in randomly and saying really inappropriate things. Will we have the capability, where people will sign up with their name and they will receive a link to be able to call in? Is that?
Yeah, so let's say we're using Zoom, then they will have a link, and then they will sign up,
Okay.
and then they will put we will require them to put first name and last name. Hopefully, they will comply, and then we have a live moderator, and then
Okay.
probably either myself or one of my staff, or whoever you guys appointed, and if someone starts speaking inappropriately, we will mute that person, and then we will do the appropriate action to report to Zoom, so they can be banned from the
Okay.
future Zoom
Great.
Zoom
Now,
call.
you mentioned before something about us being able to get the numbers in advance to verify or something when we're talking about this.
I think that one we have to register.
Okay.
So if you want to do that, then we have to register, create a register link for the people who register in advance, and then before you can join the meeting. So we have to run the test.
Yeah.
Internally from IT, we have to do some testing before we can absolutely make sure it's bulletproof, and then we can launch that.
And so I think that was the thing that we were talking about, that we were going to talk about in more detail. If you guys want to just go ahead and let him give that now, since it seems like a lot of you want to, I don't mind. I just don't want to throw something out here before we had finished what we were going to do. But even, again, that's a perfect example of, these subcommittees and why sometimes they work, sometimes they don't work, because people get excited, get anxious, jump past the subcommittees and go ahead and make decisions that subcommittee's working on, or either subcommittee starts working on something, finds out somebody else is already doing it. But whatever the body wishes, if we wish to hear what you want to offer us and hear what you're looking forward to doing, so that you can make sure that this is going to be the best experience, and not people are talking about trying to make the meetings shorter. So I just want to make sure that we're not going to spend more time during the meetings, fixing this, fixing that, can't hear this, can't hear that, and when we might get the system that you're talking about.
So I apologize, because the last few weeks I was on vacation.
Yes, sir,
and
I
then-
appreciate
and
that.
personal leave, and then so I will catch up with Matt and find out the last communication committee meeting, the detail from it, if they talk about the remote commenting. And at the same time, I will test out the technology we have, make sure give a report back to the next communication committee meeting. I'm not sure when is our next communication meeting. I think we are trying to get the date together. And then so hopefully give me a couple of weeks, and then I will.
Since
give
there's
you
no
something.
chair, who is deciding when we have those meetings?
It's decided.
Huh?
I'll let Councilor D'Amato. I have a separate question. Comment.
Okay, Councilor Williams, and then I'll wait, and then we can come back to who is going to decide that, because Mr. Fan had asked about the next meeting, and since I don't know, because I thought that you were the chair of that committee, I guess we'll have to get back to you on that when the next.
I know there's an
meeting
email
is.
going back and forth with the.
Right, but I don't know
Matt,
who
and then-
begins them.
So
Okay.
right now, we are trying to come up with a date. Okay.
Well, I mean, we had the discussion several times, and it's okay that it's inconclusive. A subcommittee, a council committee is not a gatekeeper for everything, right? Because so
Correct.
2 people in a 3-people committee, if you were voting, you would bottle up something, when it's always about 4 people. So it's whether or not 4 people want it. I want it. I don't know where everybody else is. It is here in the thing. What we do need to workshop and talk about would be what other protocols we want. I would assume, and in my discussions with other people, to have obviously advanced registration. That's implied by another aspect of this comment protocol. When that would be cut off, we have already determined, and Mr. Attorney, you can back me up on this, that you cannot mandate that people be resident, just like you can't do it here. So there aren't that many things that we'd have to nail down, but there are preferences about how it, appears in the sound here.
My
and that
office
kind
would
of thing.
definitely work with the township attorney and also Madam Clerk, because it's an open public meeting app, Omar.
Yep.
So she's really familiar with it, so I definitely will work with the two other offices as well, was Mr. Mark, and then try to come up with the game plan, process and procedure to move this forward.
Is there anybody who would object to him trying to do some of this preparatory work?
It's not even in our scope of, he can do whatever he wants.
Well, if you just want, just at this time, it's just audio, no video, correct?
No video,
Yep, so-
probably ever, but that's my.
We didn't even vote as a group if we were going to have this remote
Well,
stuff yet.
Can I just go back? For a
Yes,
second?
Counselor Williams?
And I want to be constructive. I don't want to be critical here, but
Your mic on.
my mic is on. I'm just speaking very softly. I want to be constructive here and not critical. This meeting is very dysfunctional. We're speaking over each other. Typically, what happens here is, Mayor, you call on someone and the person speaks, and whatever case may be. I don't really like to speak a lot. I just say a couple of words and I move on. Other people have different ways. That's totally fine. I think just in the future, what we need to do is, just let each other speak, just keep it short and move on to the next thing. That's not really what I wanted to discuss. So the remote comment here, I didn't campaign on remote comment. I don't really care for the idea. I got comfortable with the idea because we were going to make some adjustments to the way the meeting functioned so that we could be a little bit more efficient with time as we approach 11 o'clock at night. And one of those things was reducing the public comment. I did not agree to segregating out the public comment and putting it at the end and all that. I think it should stay at the front of the meeting, but I do think that folks can say what they need to say within 2 minutes period of time. I also advocate, and I think I'm the only one up here that would agree with this, is I think that we should also have limits on how long that we can speak. And I would advocate for 2 minutes also, just to make it fair. So no one feels like, you guys are doing this or whatever the case may be. But the point being here is I'm fine with the remote comment, but we need to reduce the public comment to 2 minutes. And I'm also fine with us having individual caps for each piece of legislation of a certain period of time.
I'm sorry.
That's all I have to say.
I didn't understand what the individual some individual, what did you say, please?
I would advocate for us having time limits for each one of us.
Like length of
Caps.
time, okay. Thank you. Anyone else? Okay. Someone introduced, there was a second, did we vote on pulling this?
So I'm sorry, are we tabling this?
Yeah.
made a motion to carry this over to September 30th, and I think somebody seconded it.
And a vote was
then there
recorded.
was a
It's
vote.
tabled
Okay.
to September
All right.
30.
Resolution number 22. Resolution number 2 is a resolution to appoint Jeffrey Peralta to the Park and Recreation Advisory Committee. This was a decision that was made along with the members of the committee and discussion, and that's the recommendation.
Mayor, I have a question. So, Mr. Peralta, so the subsequent resolution is to put Mr. Peralta's spouse on a different committee.
Correct.
And my attitude is I will vote for one or the other, but not both.
That's your choice.
And I think that we have several things here. None of this is personalized against anybody here. This is just a rule. I don't want us nominating for these boards and commissions. People should be residents, I believe.
Yes,
I
they
see.
do need to be residents.
Okay.
Did you check that out? Is that true? Yes. Who's saying yes? No, I mean, is there
I don't
some?
think it's I don't think it's
a
a
statute.
rule, but it's going to be a rule for
I
me.
think that it might be. I know that at one point in time, we had it as a rule. I have not pulled it like recently to see that, so,
Yeah, I mean, there is value, sorry, may I?
yes.
Yeah, I mean, people run businesses here. Should they be excluded from being on some of these committees? that are
Yes.
actively, I don't know, I'm just throwing that out there. They may not be a resident,
Unless
but
it's
they may.
the bid.
But they may
Hoomba.
be an active resident, like if you,
Right.
Marzullo's, for example. I
Well,
mean, active
just-
business owner,
I'm sorry,
excuse
were
me.
you finished? I'm sorry. I just wanted to respond to Counselor D'Amato with the husband and wife team. If you have any time, give them both a call to better understand their background and what it is they can bring to the table, what they do on a daily basis. I'm sorry that you feel that you don't want to vote for two people that want to volunteer their time, effort, and energy to our committee. If you haven't spoke to them, you should, especially the wife. She has a wonderful business in town. That's called the Traveling Diary. She can bring a
I
wonderful,
know what that is. And
No, I
s-
understand. I'm just
one-
saying.
one or
bring
the-
up-
I'm just saying one or the other, but not
Right.
both.
They're two very different committees, so I don't understand what the issue would be.
It's okay. I'm not saying that, I'm not suggesting we pass a rule. I'm just saying that's going to be my rule. It's all right. And immediate family members, non-residents,
Well,
and
we
husband
might
and
have
wives.
some of that already going on some of our boards and commissions. We don't know, right?
I don't know.
So as we go.
Oh, we
through
do. We do, actually.
Right.
Yeah, and I'm not in favor of it. I don't think it's the end of the world. I'm just saying we're going through things that we're going to vote on. I'm saying I'm not going to vote for things. I'm not, and I don't really care if others feel differently. I'm just trying to explain a vote.
Anyone else?
Yeah,
Deputy?
thank you. I think we have a number of openings on this committee, and I think several of them are set to expire. I think
I'm sorry, which committee are you on?
the Parks and Recreation Advisory Committee. So, and I believe that we have received a few more in August, right? So I'm just pointing that out. I also wanted to, I mean, we don't have to do this now, but at some point, I think we do have to reconcile or do something with the establishing resolution, I believe, identifies this as the Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Affairs Committee.
Correct.
So.
And now there's been a division from the cultural piece, right? The cultural arts is now separated from this.
Yeah, and so
Yeah.
maybe we can revisit.
No? No?
But it was
It,
separate
it,
before.
it was, no, it was, the establishing resolution is still in effect. And it
Correct.
says, it includes cultural affairs. And I'm asking, I'm bringing this up because someone who used to be on this committee pointed out that it doesn't seem to be focusing a lot on cultural affairs that are sponsored, or cultural events that are sponsored by the township.
And that's a very good point. And so perhaps between now and the next meeting in September, we can have a resolution to dissolve or, separate the two, because we've actually not been functioning as a cultural advisory committee for some time. So that's a good point, and we'll make a point to take care of that. Thank you. Are we going to vote for these as we go through them, or we're going to come back to them, or what? Because we're voting on them tonight. Is that it?
I thought we
Okay.
were doing a consent agenda. Did we? I'm losing.
Yeah, but these have to be voted on too. They all have to
I
be
know, but
voted on.
consent agenda.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so do that first and then come back through. Okay. All right. That's fine. And so regarding the fact that there are people on the PRCA, so what happens is the majority of the people that are sitting on that committee now are due for appointment in a couple of months or a month or so. And so that's why at this point in time, there was just one. And then that way, people can have an opportunity to, if you haven't already done so, decide if you wish to reappoint all of the members of the Park and Recreation Advisory Committee, or one, none, or how you want to do that. But it was suggested that this individual, as possibly a new member, be voted on separately. So that's how that happened. Okay, so we're moving on to the Civil Rights Commission, which is number 24. The who? Which one did I skip over? I didn't do it on purpose, I'm sorry. Let's see, we're going to go to the, I thought we appointed the Arts Advisory at the last meeting. My
We
apologies.
appointed 4 people.
Okay.
I put up 2 other names. Again, as I stated, the first young lady is the wife of someone that's on the, hopefully will be appointed to the Parks and Rec Committee. The second young lady, she put in her application back in July of 2024. I did speak to her. I also called Councilor D'Amato. Actually, I texted him to see if he had any recommendations. He gave me a name. I did not speak to that individual. I don't know if you did speak to that individual or not. And if you did, hopefully he'll put his application in as well.
Another individual, if I may, that we did discuss for this post.
Right.
Who
I didn't
was,
speak to that person. I don't
who
know
was
if you
your
did.
running mate
Right.
last
Right.
year.
Right.
Who is this, please?
Elmar.
Mr. Elmar.
Oh,
Yeah, I think it would be great on this committee, but I personally did not speak to him. I don't know if you had a chance to call him and speak to him.
I spoke with him some months ago about this because his VIF was in there.
Right. So
Months and months
again, I'm
ago.
just for full transparency, when I put these names in, I did ask Councilor D'Amato because I know he stated he wanted to see all kinds of cultural arts happening. And if he had any other recommendations, at the time, he did not. We did both agree on that one person, but neither of us called him. So
I
now we're
did
going
call
away.
him.
What are we going to do?
okay. Now we're up to number 24. These members have been recommended, and I had an opportunity to speak with mostly all of them, except for one on here, and I didn't have any objections. And so based on the names that were presented here, these are the names that I'm presenting for consideration. There's discussion.
I have no discussion. As we all know, my sister's name is up here, and I've shared emails with all of the council members here regarding my sister's tenure here in this township. We've talked with the township manager regarding if there was a conflict or a perception of conflict. He said there was none since there's no money being exchanged, so I'm just putting this on the record for full transparency, and that's it.
I personally will be abstaining from this vote. I
will too.
And just the reason for that is I don't, these other committees, I think, are fine. I think the reason for me for right now for this commission is because we will be with these 4 people, and I believe this is nothing personal to them. It is just, I believe we will be almost essentially filling this committee, and there will be people cycling off
potentially to be reappointed, and I honestly am not aware of who is
Yeah, you
due
should
to be
give them a
cycling
call.
off.
Talk to
And
the
so
chair.
I want to make sure that there's balanced representation on this
Oh, yeah,
committee. So
definitely.
I'm not ready to commit to appointing 3-year terms to essentially fill this body. So that's, I just need to say that I will not be ready.
Yeah,
I'm
I've
not ready
talked
to
to
vote.
several Civil Rights Commission
So-
members, and they are looking to bring some diversity to the table.
In the same vein, and I appreciate that, and I have been doing that forever, trying to make sure that there's a diverse profile in terms of not just race, socioeconomics, in terms of gender, a lot of things. I respect what you're saying. So do you think by the next meeting in September, you will have had enough opportunity to meet with them? Because I know we've been trying to do this now for about a year. And I respect what you're saying, but you think you will be ready by the next meeting in September to do this?
Yes. Yeah. Because
Okay.
I can see that there's some representation
Yeah.
that I don't believe is on our CRC right now. So, I
Okay, so I will withdraw this until the, I would like to move to withdraw this until the, what is it, the 22nd? When's our next? 30th, okay, 30th, September 30th meeting. Does anybody else second that for me, please? Thank you. All in favor? Anyone very much opposed? Abstain, thank you. Okay, so we're going to take that out. Thank you, Councilor Birmingham. The Housing Commission, number 25.
Yes, I recommended the first gentleman, who is a fire chief in Irvington, and is very anxious and excited. Homeowner, owns other properties, 4th Ward resident, is excited to be a part of this if this is approved. I think he'd make a nice addition to this commission. He's got some great ideas, and I hope many of you have had a chance to pick up the phone and call him.
I'm sorry. Oh, I'm
Yes,
sorry. But-
I'm Councilor Lockman and then Deputy.
So you're saying this person, and I'm looking
I'm
at
at the gentleman, not the young lady.
Antonio Gary?
Yes.
that he lives in Irvington?
No,
He's
he's
the
a fire
fire
chief
chief
in
in
but
Irvington.
he lives, I'm
Irvington.
sorry.
He
I
lives right
misheard you.
Yes.
two
Thank
blocks
you.
over,
Longtime
one block over
resident.
from me, yeah. Deputy?
So the other person on this resolution, I do know her, and I know she does good work, but my understanding is that she is not a resident of Montclair.
And I'm not, the detective, I don't go around and do bed check at night, but after I heard that from other council members too, I asked her, what is her address, and she gave me an address on Walnut. I put it on one paper, it's not here, but she gave me an address of her home on Walnut in Montclair. I don't know how you want to handle it. I know that I want to be consistent, and so I specifically asked her, and she said, my address is such and such, Walnut Street in Montclair. If anybody has a suggestion, or if someone wants to do more investigation, I will agree to withdraw it, but I did hear that, and I followed up, and I've known her for a long time. She's been extremely involved in our township on many levels. I see her here. I don't have any reason not to believe what she told me, but based on what I heard, I just put her name back up here. If anyone else wants to do some more work or whatever, I can pull it and give you the opportunity to do it. I certainly believe that she answered me, and I believe that she told me the truth.
Okay, it's not consistent with what I saw on the VIF, so.
The VIF says she lives in Fairfield or Fairfield.
Okay, so did she do that just recently? See, I don't know.
Yeah.
Did you reach out and chat with her?
No, because I know her, yeah. I didn't ask her specifically.
So
And-
you know
and
where
I'm
she
not-
lives?
She gave the address on her VIF form, yeah. I've never seen her on Walnut Street, which I live on Walnut Street. She may own property on Walnut Street, but I mean, is it an issue for us whether she lives here
No,
or
this
not?
may be the
She's-
same
it's
as
a-
the NAACP, you know, when you join as a member, if you're not a resident, but you work for a business in town, you can be a member of the chapter of the
I guess
NAACP.
I'll table this until the 30th, the
Yeah.
meeting of the 30th,
And
please,
Mayor-
if I could get a
and
second,
Mayor,
because
there-
I don't, and again,
Yeah.
Mayor, the
Yes,
other reason
yes.
is because I did, there was another person that I thought maybe we could nominate.
correct, okay. And so, yeah, I think we're all saying that we would very much like to have her to join us, but we're saying that we'd like to be consistent with the criteria that we're using to offer people a seat on here. And so I'm going to table this, please, until the 30th. I'd like to make that motion.
And may I ask that everyone who hasn't had a chance to call any of these people, please do.
Yeah.
Because at every one of my community meetings, Mr. Marks can attest to this, Counselor Loftman, perhaps Susan, when I share with the residents updates, I put a chart up for all of our commissions and committees, and I keep tally of how many seats. So I'm always encouraging the residents to join a committee or a commission. Some of these people have been sitting for over a year without an appointment. So I'm just respectfully asking if every counselor could please find some time to call these people, have conversations, so that we can be ready to vote on September 30th, because anything else is just not fair to the residents who are willing to volunteer. Thank you.
And as you get an idea or someone, please, I'm going to ask, well, if you don't want to speak to me, if you would send me an email or a text or something with the name so that I can communicate with them, because I prefer to have had a conversation before I vote on people. And if you have other folks, I think it's great. It's not, there's nobody here that I'm just like really rooting for, trying to exclude others. These are the names that I've been given and that I've spoken to and that I felt very comfortable with. Okay, let's move on to the Rent Control Board, please.
Mayor, excuse
Yes?
me.
Oh,
Mayor,
there's,
if I
I'm
may.
sorry. Yes,
I have a
please.
motion on the table to table.
You did, right, in
yeah,
a second.
item
All in
25.
favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you, Madam Clerk. Now we can move on to the Rent Control Board, please.
Yes, as I stated at the last meeting, this is someone that members of the Rent Control Board would like to see appointed to their board. So that's why this name has been submitted. Hopefully, people have had a chance to speak with her. I did. She's a wonderful person. She has a lot of energy, and I think she'll bring a great deal of knowledge to this particular board.
Do you know if the township administrator, or I don't know what we call the township individual who is in charge of the Rent Control Board? No, I know who it is. I don't know what the title is.
Officer.
The officer, right. Do you know if he had an opportunity as well, and to discuss that with this individual?
That I don't know. I'm trying not to use names, but I did speak with Toni Martin.
Okay.
And she highly recommends this
Okay.
person to be appointed.
Okay. Anybody have any questions or concerns? Do you have a full complement of individuals now after this? Okay. Okay, so we're now to the, we did B City, that's good. We are going to go into executive session, and
I'm sorry, we didn't.
we're going to
planning
do
board.
number 27, the resolution appoint, yes, I'm sorry. Okay. And so, what I'd like to do is to vote on the consent agenda. It was brought to my attention that there are people that are just here waiting for certain things to be voted on. I was not aware of that. I apologize to you all that are sitting there. I wasn't deliberately trying to have you sit there. I thought that you guys sat here in case we had questions or something. So now we're going to vote so you all can go home. Yes. I'd like to make a motion that we vote on items 1 through 19.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions?
I didn't get a
Okay.
chance to ask my bill list question.
Thank you. No, we're going back there. We're going to get there. We didn't do
okay.
the planning board. I know. I got it. Okay. All right, so you guys can run. Good night. Thank you. They said, oh, you have to go now. Bye. Okay, so now we're going to come back to the planning board, number 27. And I'd like a discussion on number 27, please. Counselor Lockman,
Make a motion to,
tell me about the appointment, please, and what
I believe
position the
I-
person's going into.
he'll be the second alternate. He's a highly qualified architect, planner. I believe everybody got a copy of his resume. Unfortunately, I didn't bring it with me.
Do we have a
Listen.
second alternate now?
No, he's filling the alternate spot that was left by Jeffrey.
So Jeffrey left, he was second alternate, so right
Yeah.
now there's no second alternate.
Right.
Okay.
And the reason there's 2 lines here for his appointment is that we like to have the end of our terms at the end of the year. So what we want to do is appoint him from this day until December 2025. And then the other issue is the way the law is written, you can't have 2 alternates whose terms expire in the same year. Guess then they wouldn't be alternate. So we extended his appointment until December 31st, 2025, and then his next term would be 2 years, which would be ending in 2027, where the first alternate ends in 2026. So that's the reason why
Okay.
there's 2 lines here.
So why would we let the individual that's there as the first alternate be the one that gets, out first? Why wouldn't the first alternate be here? He's coming in after him, so the first alternate will be up when? When is the first alternate's term up?
2026. It's just kind of a technicality. I touched base with the attorney to make sure that that's what we should do, because the way the law reads is that you can't have 2 alternates expiring in the same year. I mean, you can tell me if I'm not stating this correctly, but that
It has
seems
to
be-
stagger correctly.
Yeah, it has to
So why
stagger.
wouldn't we let the first alternate, stay on longer term than the one that we're bringing in?
Well,
He's going to go out when? This guy goes out when? He goes out in 27?
yes.
Right. So I would like for the first alternate that's there to have opportunity to stick around
Well-
longer and let the other guy come. Why can't he? I don't understand.
It's just
Is
not
that
the
law?
order of how we do things, I guess.
Okay, I
Yeah,
just need
yeah,
help
yeah, yeah,
understanding
yeah. It's just
how
that
we do
The second
things.
alternate position is open, we're trying to fill that position. The first alternate has been filled. We're just trying to accommodate the way the law reads with the second alternate so that he can have a 2-year term and a little bit the end of this year, so that we're in compliance with the law and that there's a staggered terms for both of these.
But he doesn't really have to have that. We could bring him in for the end of this term, right? And then we can look and see whoever else we might want. We can bring him in
For
and
2
have him.
months? I don't think so. I mean, that wouldn't make much sense. We have serious planning board items on our agenda when we're starting to look at master plan review, we're starting to look at a redevelopment plan review, perhaps. We're
No,
starting to look
I
at-
understand. I know very, very well what we're doing in the planning board, and I love that, and I'm enjoying continuing to serve after all of these years. But I think that we have some other people that are interested in that and that are also interested in getting on the Environmental Commission. So I'm just trying to find out the best way that we can offer other people some opportunities to come on that may wish to fill the environmental seat and this seat.
I told you in an email that Mr. Orbea is willing to also be on the Montclair Environmental Commission. So
I
it
read
solves your problem.
I read your
Yeah.
no.
Yeah.
And see, whatever. First of all, it's not my problem. I'm just
No, I'm sorry,
I'm
you're-
sharing with you that there are other people who have come to my attention who would also like to be considered for the position, who would be willing to go into the environmental seat. I think it would be important for us to give them an opportunity to. I just found out after our meeting last night, the person has a lot of experience and also has served previously there, and I think would be an asset. So I think that we should just table this until the 22nd. I can get that sent around to the council. I mean the 30th, I'm sorry. And we can vote on this at the 30th. It's not
Mayor,
an
if I can ask,
urgent
what are the
matter.
professional qualifications of the person that you're interested in?
I don't have all of their information here, but I know that the person was serving on the planning board and did extremely well before. I know that the person went through the courses, requirements, and different things like that, but I don't remember all of the, but that's what I would like to have a chance to pull out and share with the council. And it may be after we all look at it, it may be that, nobody is that impressed, but I think just to, when you have, one person and you have others, I think it's good to give other people an opportunity and,
So I've asked for this before. What I would like would be if we could have a set, not a special meeting, but if we could devote part of a meeting someday, just set up a table and have people come and we can ask them some questions.
Mm-hmm.
I think, I do pick up the phone and call people, but I think it would be better, since it's not like people have to be shy about coming up. They're going to be on a board in front of a bunch of people, and if they're interested, they can come up to the council, maybe at every meeting, and just say a few words about who they are, what their actual plan is, not whether they're nice or who they know, but like what exactly do they want to change or keep the same?
right.
What?
But I think that that's important, and I agree wholeheartedly with you. And you will probably remember at the beginning of our term when I suggested that, and then I don't think you or anyone else, thought that was a good idea. I think it's a wonderful idea, and that we used to call conference meetings, and we would be upstairs around the table, and even in terms of things that we need to discuss and really just, have dialogue on. We used to have something that is called conference meetings. Some people call it other names, where you go to the table, you have dialogue, and you talk, and you invite the people in, and you do give them an opportunity. So if other people a year later now would be interested in having the people come in, I think it's a wonderful idea.
May I?
Councilor Tola.
Another suggestion, if we don't want to have people come in, or if the full council is not in agreement with that, perhaps we can add a line onto the application that specifies, if you put in an application, please present yourself during public comment to introduce yourself. I know I've seen people do it in the past. They just come and say who they are, why they're interested, what they can bring to the table. It can be done in 3 minutes. That's just another option, and we can definitely alter the application to ensure that if they're putting in an application, that they must come to a council meeting and introduce themselves and what committees they signed up for. That's an option, just so we don't have to go through a whole interview process for a volunteer position. Just a thought.
I think that's a great idea, except 2 minutes.
And, well, I don't think that's a great idea. I think you have a wonderful candidate here who's got a background that you would die for to have on our planning board. He's a Harvard graduate. He's got experience as a planner and architect. He works for a New York engineering firm. He's Hispanic, which is a great thing, too. We don't have any Hispanics on many of our boards. And he is a pleasure to talk to. And I'm going to make a motion to
Oh, yeah, no,
add him to the planning board.
I wasn't saying it for this gentleman.
Well, I'm
I'm just saying
talking
going
about this
forward.
gentleman.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
There was a
No, I'm
motion
talking about
on the
going
floor.
forward. I'll second Councilor Hoffman's motion.
No, there was a motion on the floor already to table this until the 30th.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
And so I don't know where we are with that, but I'm still talking, and see, there we go. We're talking about
Well, that's a
rudeness, and we're talking about communication, and then people will speak a little bit later about we need to communicate better. Absolutely. And so I made a motion that we could table this until the 30th.
Okay, I apologize.
Give an opportunity to get the rest of the information on this person.
All right. I mean, that's fine with me. I just wanted Council Laughlin to understand what I've recommended about perhaps altering our application. It wasn't because of this gentleman. It was because Council D'Amato said perhaps going forward. And this was just another suggestion for going forward.
Thank you.
Just wanted to clarify that.
So is there a second on the motion to?
Table?
I'll second it, sure.
Roll call?
All in favor of tabling this until the 30th in order to have an opportunity to submit another a recommendation of someone else who is very much interested in this, and it's not to take anything away from the individual that's here. I may end up voting for that person as well. It's just an opportunity to encourage people to put in their applications and be considered, and not just, vote. One person says something and then therefore no one else should be considered. I think it's really good to have more than one candidate when we're trying to assess what we need. And I think it's great that people went to Harvard. It's great that people go to Howard. And it's great that people choose other things in life, but that we need to take a look at the entirety of the planning board and what those people would bring, and make a decision after we've had all the information. And I think that it would be helpful for everyone to at least have an opportunity to read the information and to chat with the other applicant before making a decision.
Okay.
Yes, you may.
I do recall that we received a number of applications for this spot on the planning board. Based on my recollection of the review of the VIFs for this spot, I recall that there were several very qualified candidates with good professional technical expertise. My understanding is that the board is looking for people with a specific backgrounds, and I think I would just be in favor of, I would not be in favor of tabling this at this time.
Okay, well, the other consideration here is that the other person that I will appoint to the Environmental Commission, who will serve on the planning board, will then mean that we need to bounce someone off or something. Do we have another seat for that person? Because if the person that I get to appoint to the Environmental Commission is the other individual, how does that work then? What happens there? Because that person will be my appointment to the Environmental and the Planning Board. So how does that work? Do we have an extra seat, or what do we have then? I'm just trying to get the whole picture, because I'm not against Santiago. I'm trying to figure out how that works.
As I mentioned, Mr. Orbea had agreed to also sit on the Montclair Environmental Commission as well as the Planning Board. So it solves that issue with having a Planning Board member on the Environmental Commission. However, only you can appoint someone to the
Correct.
Montclair Environmental Commission, where the full council can appoint someone to the Planning Board. I believe that I think that you canvassed people on the planning board, current people in the planning board, to see if they were interested in also being on the Montclair Environmental Commission, and you got no takers. So this kind of solves the issue of
I'm
having
sorry,
someone.
say that part again, please.
I believe, I could be wrong, that you spoke to people on the planning board and asked them if they wanted to be also on the Montclair Environmental Commission, but no one wanted to do that. Mr. Brodock, who is the chair of
Right.
the planning board, does not want to be on the Montclair Environmental Commission anymore. The workload is too much. He has been on the Montclair Environmental Commission for quite a number of years. So I tried to accommodate your request by asking Mr. Orbea, would he also be on the Environmental Commission? And he said yes.
Okay,
I think he's an outstanding
I know you
candidate.
do. All of the last candidates that you handpicked and put on the planning board, you thought were outstanding too, and I just like
By the
for
way,
some-
I did not
Well,
handpick
all
any
the ones
members
that
of
you
the
put-
planning board.
Every member that's been put on the planning board this year was somebody that you came in and said, I want them on there, and then they all voted. I am just thinking it would be nice for one time. And the issue is to solve my problem, that if I'm going to put the other candidate on for the environmental commission because that person wants to do planning board and environmental, then we still have a shortage of planning board seats, because this person's coming to do planning board and environmental. Either that, or we have someone that's going to stay on the environmental committee that doesn't necessarily want to be there.
Can we vote on tabling? I am going to vote to table because I was respected for my request to table. I can hear there are still things that need to be sorted out. I personally will be voting. I think we should just vote on that motion right now and kind of move on with our evening because we still have a lot of things to do.
Well,
I'm
we
sorry, there
lost
was a
Mr.
motion and a second already, I believe, Madam
So-
Clerk.
Which ones have we, can I ask the clerk, which of these board appointments are actually now tabled?
I have the paper up here.
Civil Rights Commission,
Was tabled?
yes, I'm
Okay.
going to read the names of the boards that have been tabled to 9:30. Civil Rights Commission, Housing Commission. That's it. And there's a motion on the floor to table the Planning Board.
Can we vote on that?
Can we wait until Mr. Williams comes back?
Okay, yeah.
Please, Madam Clerk, will you do the roll call?
Deputy Mayor Anderson, this is the motion to table the resolution appointing a member to the Planning Board to September 30, 2025. Deputy
No.
Mayor Anderson?
No.
Counselor Birmingham?
Yes.
Counselor D'Amato?
Abstain?
Counselor Lockman? Counselor Toller?
Yes.
Counselor Williams, absent. Mayor Baskerville?
Yes.
I'd like to make a motion to table all the rest of the appointment, all the rest of them. So Parks and Recreation.
Excuse me,
Arts
may I
and-
ask why? Because this is a little tit for tat.
Yes, it is tit for tat.
What, I don't understand why.
Because,
Who are you
because this
titting
is
and
just,
tatting
this is
against?
just obstructionist. And so, like, let's just put them all off, then we can have a fresh start again.
Okay.
So I'm going to make a
Glad you said it was
motion.
tit for tat.
But I'm surprised that you really say that, and maybe tomorrow, when there's not so much tension,
It's not
you and I
tension.
can have a discussion as we do in a better frame of mind, because I don't think it's tit for tat. I think that it's legitimate if I believe that there are another candidate that should be.
I believe there are other
Consider.
candidates for all the rest of these boards, too.
Right, but
I know there
then-
are, in fact.
Right, but then why?
And I had
But
another
we've been
candidate.
asking that, I said, full disclosure, it was not until last evening that this person approached me, and they gave me this information. So I've been asking since last year. This will be now the fourth or fifth time that we had this for the rest of them. So it's just not a good feel, and I know you and I do very well when we communicate one-on-one. So maybe tomorrow we'll discuss why now all of a sudden you just think it's the best thing just to pull all of them, because I don't get that.
Well, I already explained that I'm going to vote against them anyway. So I'm saying, fine.
You're
but I'm-
voting against all of the
I will
ones that
vote
are
against the
here.
consent agenda. I'm going to vote against the consent agenda because I'm not going to vote for Parks and Rec, Arts Advisory, or Civil Rights.
Okay,
Or, sorry, or Housing. Or-
And you don't make, tomorrow, I just like to know why.
I
Because
already
I'm
told
not
you why.
clear on why.
Because I'm not voting for people's relatives. I'm not voting for spouses to be on the same committees.
Oh, okay.
Non-residents and immediate family members. So that's what it is. So
Okay.
I'll
All
vote
right.
against the consent agenda, and that's fine. This is not rancor, but if people are going to play hardball, you play hardball. It's fine. That's what it is. It's politics.
We're a small town, we're trying to get things done. We're not supposed to be playing politics.
This is
It is
absolutely
Yeah.
ridiculous.
Okay, so let's
It's
vote
just sad, and
on,
the public's watching. This
do
is
we have,
terrible.
Madam Clerk, please, do we have a vote? I mean, do we have something we need to vote on at this point in time that we haven't voted on? I think we just voted on.
Mayor,
Okay. All right. So-
Counselor D'Amato made a motion to table all of the appointment resolutions. I did not hear a second. The only other item outside of these appointment resolutions that has not been voted on tonight is the bill list resolution.
Okay. Counselor Toller, would you please do the bill list? Do you feel up to it? Otherwise,
Yeah,
I'll
yeah,
go
no,
to someone
that's-
else.
sure.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is why your meetings go so long. This is why.
Yep.
Not the community that keeps you here.
Yep.
You guys are dysfunctional.
Yep.
You need to do business better. Councilman Williams is right. 2 minutes is all you should ever get on any subject. You people are disgraceful.
Have a good evening. Counselor Toller?
Sure. Bill list resolution, whereas invoices against the Township of Montclair in favor of the following persons for the amount set opposite their respective names have been received, duly audited, and found correct. Now therefore it be resolved by the Council of the Township of Montclair in the County of Essex that said invoices be and they are hereby ordered paid, and that checks be drawn by the Finance Department to the order of such persons for the amounts respectively herein stated on the schedule attached hereto and made a part hereof. I so move.
Second? Discussion?
Yes.
Counselor Toller?
Unless someone else has one before me, please go ahead. Okay. I just have a question on, we got to do better with these page numbers. I guess this is page, ooh, I ripped it, sorry guys. Best cleaning building services, interim cleaning service from April through June. Do we know what they cleaned, where they cleaned? It's kind of on the first page. It is the first page, I'm sorry. It says best cleaning. Okay, but what did they clean?
This building?
Is this the vendor that we approved?
Shelter building,
Okay.
and probably next.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Tatsi.
I don't have any more questions.
Madam Clerk, please.
Deputy Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham,
Yes.
Counselor D'Amato,
Yes.
Counselor Lockton.
Yes.
Counselor Toller,
Yes.
Counselor Williams,
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville.
Yes, thank you. We're going to do the consent agenda.
I'm sorry, Mayor, are we doing a second consent agenda? The governing body has already adopted items 1 through 19
So
on the
then we need to
agenda.
go through the individual items below that. So we took the housing off, right? And we took the
Civil Rights Commission
civil rights off
and Planning Board.
and the planning board. So let's do Park and Recreation Advisory Committee. I make a motion to accept the person that is there, the individual. I'm looking for my paper.
I'll
I'm
second
sorry.
it.
Jeffrey Peralta, if I remember right.
Yes, thank you. I'd like to make a motion that we accept Jeffrey Peralta. There's a second.
Okay.
All in favor?
No,
Opposed?
I oppose.
Sorry, did anyone, do we need to do a roll call, or, because I didn't hear anybody say anything, so.
Roll call, please.
Deputy Mayor Anderson,
No.
Counselor Birmingham,
Yes.
Counselor D'Amato?
No.
Counselor Lockman?
No.
Counselor Toller?
Yes.
Counselor Williams?
Abstain.
Mayor Baskerville?
Yes.
The motion's defeated.
Very good. Hope everybody's
So-
proud of themselves.
So why don't, we've been here since 5 PM, and we still have a solid, probably hour and a half of things we have to do. Can we please decide, can we just table this and move on and come back on the 30th? We have to do something.
I
What?
second that motion.
Okay, can we just
did.
table?
And
Let's
then-
table all of them, if that's what we're doing.
I make a motion that we take a 10-minute break, and then we'll come back and decide what else we're going to do this evening. Is there a second? Yep.
Do we have to vote on that? Because you got a first and a second.
I don't know, but I need a 10-minute break, so.
Well, we have a deputy mayor.
We need to move on with our
Agenda, yeah.
We need to move
Yeah.
and get it, we have to go back to executive session.
Right,
So-
but, well,
No.
if I have something that I have to do, I have something that I have to do. It's 11:30. We were supposed to be out of here and chose to have this type of dialogue. And this is probably how our meetings will continue to be until we learn how to communicate with one another. Don't wait till we get here for all of these little things that you guys don't want to talk about before we get here. So, whatever.
So can we move on to executive session now?
I make a motion to go into executive session.
Second.
No, not in favor of that.
Shall we go upstairs again?
No, we're not going upstairs.
I'm sorry.
Please take that off. Thank you.
I was just going to ask, there's a motion on the floor, Mayor. Do you want a vote to be called? The motion in the second is to go into executive session, Mayor.
Oh, I thought you already did that.
No, ma'am.
I was opposed because I need a break.
Okay.
Vote with everybody else.
Mr. Tuntevsky, if there's something in Robert's rules when someone asks for a break, like they have to go to the restroom, that, there's no debate. Can't remember it from the top of my head right now.
So it's 11:29. Are we doing 10 minutes
Why don't we
then?
take a 10-minute break and then go to executive?
At 11:40.
Okay.
Exactly.
Yes.
Officially a break, then, yes.
I'm sorry.
Second. Oh.
Continued discussion on possible candidates for term. Are there other items?
Chief Financial Officer.
And
Discussion on chief financial officer.
potential, possible, well, it is, it's not potential, it is, correct? A document that I emailed you and the attorney?
So we're going to go into the executive session to continue discussion on attorney appointments, discuss personnel matters. I'd like to make a motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Okay, thanks, Rick. Okay. I'd like to make a motion to come out of executive session.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstention? I'd like to make a motion to adjourn the meeting.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Have a good evening.